Me and my lady were just having a quick walkies. I'm not sure it wasn't a waste of time. I don't think she did anything. Doggy. I am. What's that? Oh, that's the damnedest thing. Have a look at this. You see that tablet? That's not mine. I've got no idea what that is. There is a tablet appeared out of nowhere on my table. Well, that's... Oh, screen's not responding to touch. Like to me. That's the damnedest thing. Okay, that was Tom saying, love to see them wheels. The wheels are away. I think I answered, didn't I? Saying the wheels are away being, things that can be amended and improved. Hey up from the cockers, how's that doing? Was my opening line. A little bit of Barnsley for you. Maybe a little bit more Rotherham. Cock and duck. Hey up, duck. Has they got the time on the cock? Was always a source of great amusement when I was a kid. Have you got the time on your cock? Oscar, hello, hello. I haven't introduced her ladyship yet, have I, this evening? Let's... Oh, we're on the end of a wire. We're on the end of a wire. Hold on, folks. Battery power was low, but if I can get the light on. There we go. Hey, Tina. I know you don't like the light, darling. But I've got some water boil. I'm waiting to just make my coffee. I got coffee and hot chocolate mixed together. Sugar, coffee, hot chocolate. I just had to top up my containers with the last of my sugar and the last of my chocolate. I'm on the last of my coffee as well. Unfortunately, I had a friend ask me, was this yesterday? I think it was yesterday. What do you need? I am shit at answering this question. I am so bad at... I don't have a list. At any point, I don't know what I need. I tried to make a list a couple of weeks ago. I don't know, folks. I'm no good at it. I'm no good at the whole what do you need question. Nice to see so many of you hitting the thumbs up. A few of you haven't. Maybe you're new. Maybe you're wondering what's happening. Maybe you're admiring how bad the hair is. It's been another hot, sweaty day. I've just tried to brush my hair, comb my hair. I could hardly get my comb through the sweaty mass. I am literally... It's... What time is it now? 9:30. I said I'd go live, yeah? 9:30. I am dripping wet through. I sat outside on a... what feels like a cool evening, but probably isn't. There's my tablet back here somewhere. Let me reach for the... Oh, it's not. Oh, it's over there. I saw a black rectangle. Oh, that wasn't it. It is currently... I tweeted in the night last night. Like 3, 4, 5 in the morning, whatever bloody time it was. And it was still almost 30 bloody degrees. 27 today, a little bit cooler. 27 tonight, 27 now at 9:30. If we're lucky, it might fall as low as 25 in the night. Just before dawn, it might get down to 25. Fuck, I can't wait for winter. Honestly, I can't wait for winter. Let me put that somewhere semi-safe. And have a quick swig of water. I think my water's boiling for my coffee. I'm going to have to go hot coffee on a hot night. I think I'm daft. There's a limit to how much water you can drink. That's why I have beer, I guess. But give us a second, folks. Oh, I have to work out. I don't... Have I even got a... I may have taken all my... When I've cooked food, my cloth gets used to hold the hot pan handle to take it inside. I don't know that I've got a cloth outside. Oh, I do not. Oh, that's not clever. I haven't picked somewhere clever, no? I have not. Oh, people of the interwebs, please do excuse me. I gotta go. It looks like, it looks like I gotta go run inside. Tina, shush. Quiet, darling. Leave the people alone. Hello. Tina, nice people. Shush, shush. Doggy, quiet. Okay, give me 20 seconds, folks. I do apologise for my haphazard fucking shitness. Gotta grab a cloth. Okay. Bizarrely, folks, I only see one of my cloths inside, not three. Which means I might have missed some. They might be out here already. I'm certainly not seeing them. Oh, sorry for this, folks. The travails of being a guy in a field. I need to fold this so that I can hold things properly. Fold it on the diagonal, fold that in, tuck that under. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna make my coffee. Oh. Here we go. Pan of hot water into the cup. Obviously I missed the cup to begin with, because why wouldn't you? Pouring in the dark. Okay. Okay. Mission accomplished. Which one are you? You're that one. Okay, put my pants back up. I broke my belt earlier, folks. No, it wasn't today. It was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. The pin that goes through the hole just developed metal fatigue and just snapped off. So I've just got my belt tied in a knot at the minute. And it slipped a little, the trousers are a little loose. It's all... It's a current theme that everything is just... everything is breaking at the minute. What have I had break this week? Tina's doggy bowl, dog food bowl, is on its last legs. I've had stuff break. Oh, more of my LED Christmas lights. More of those are broke. Either broken or just not charging. My battery operated ones are still going strong. Does my beard look yellow here? Oh, I had baked beans. I had oh fuck. What have I got? I haven't got anything to oh fuck. Oh, that's hot. That's been in the water. You wouldn't have known if I'd not told you, would you? I had spicy, I think chili baked beans that My friend Karen dropped off yesterday. Thank you, Karen. I don't know, I haven't seen you arrive. There's Roger, there's Terry, there's Robert. Hello, Robert. 115 Fahrenheit. Oh God, that's 40. Hold on. If I went with 45, that would be 90, that would be 80. Add 32, that would be 120. That's a little bit much. You're somewhere around 42 or 43 Celsius, probably. That's hot. That's hot. Did I get that right? Let's go with 43. Double it to 86. Knock off 8 because 10%. That'd be 78. Add 32. That'd be 80. That'd be 120. What did you say? 150. Okay, I'm a little bit over still at whatever I went with there. I don't know what did I use as a starting point? I forgot. Did I go with 33 or 34? I don't know. No, 40. 40. Oh, head's cabbaged. No good at maths. I can't easily go the other way. I should be able to. What would it be? It would be knock off 32, add 10% and half. So whatever number you said, let me try that. 115. Knock off 32. So that would be 83. Would it? 73. 83. 83. Knock off 32. Add 10% onto 83. Add 8. So that takes you up to 90-ish. And half it, 45-ish. Yeah, so yeah, we're in that ballpark. 43, 44. Wherever. Guys, this late into August, mental arithmetic is not a strong point when you're living in these temperatures. You knew it was going to be two-handed drinking, didn't you? I did just make 2 coffees, but you knew that wouldn't be the only drink. Oh! Did I miss anybody else? Is Tina getting used to her Ferrari? I haven't used it much. It's away at the minute getting... So my friend Steve came around yesterday and helped. He's a man, you know, when I talk about manly men who own the right tools, who own Allen keys and screwdrivers and spanners. That's not me, never was. And he came around and helped me. If we look over here, oh, you're gonna have to bear with me while I just take a second to put the lights on. You look over on that chair, can you see the wheels at the bottom? The two, that was the crossbar that was in the way. The crossbar is in 2 parts and is connected to the wheel stems or stands or whatever word you would use for that. He came around and helped me remove those, remove a couple of other bits, tweak some other bits, and we adjusted. And part of the problem, well, the main problem really, is that the set came to us kind of incomplete. It's missing a lot of the straps and settings, and it came with a harness that I don't think is anything to do with the original setup, but whoever sent it minus the straps must have included the harness thinking it would serve as some kind of replacement, and we could then strap her to the frame. But there was a lot of movement. She didn't like it. She kept getting hit by the metal bits at the side after we've taken the wheels and things off. So another friend, the lady that actually initiated this, a lady called Sanja, who contacted the Alberg, the dog pound in the first place, to get us to ask if there was anything they could do. And it just so happened somebody's donated them a frame, the wheelchair, as it were. So she'd contacted them about this. They contacted the police. The police came around and queried whether we wanted it, and I said yes, and they brought it. But it came set up for a dog that didn't really have the use of any of the legs, like for you to just pull the whole thing around, or for a dog with minimal power in their legs to pull themselves around. Tina's still got full use of her front legs, so we had to adjust it. But this lady, Sandra, came back yesterday afternoon or evening and said, let's I've got the tools, let's see what we can do. She added some padding and some straps and some, bits and pieces. I fixed the harness to the frame. And today she came around, and Tina, we walked back yesterday. Tina was a little bit reluctant to get going initially, but we did come back. We walked back the 200 or however many yards it would be, and by the end, even on the rough road, even on the rough terrain, Tina was getting used to it. But of course, then we were home. Today, Sandra came and said, I was watching some videos last night and I've got a better idea of how it should be structured. And so she asked to take the wheel, I don't know what to call them, wheelchair, whatever the structure's called. She asked to take it away and make some amendments today, or maybe overnight and into tomorrow. I was a little reluctant, to be honest. I thought what we had was, sufficient. If you keep prodding and poking, you could go backwards, you could break it, you could end up with a worse fitting. I don't know. But anyway, she felt confident. She was far more yesterday. I think her father was of an engineering disposition. She's got all these tools and she's got an aptitude for looking at it and figuring maybe we could wrap this foam around here and get these metal rings and tighten. And I was seeing things that I've never seen before. There was tools and fixings and fittings beyond me. I mean, I would have never come up with it in a million years. So fair play to her. I was just a little reluctant today that it could go backwards, couldn't it, if you keep messing. I guess we'll see tomorrow. So no, she isn't audio crackly. Do you want me, is it bad? Do you want me to step out and come back in? Anybody else got bad audio? Josie, how's Josie, how's the audio for you? Ryan, yo, hello. How are you doing, mate? How did things go, Ryan? Are we on or not? So that was Oscar asking, how's Tina getting used to her Ferrari? She's not yet. Crackling, okay. I'm gonna step out and try and come back in. Bear with me. It is a teddy bear, it's a Tina. I don't know what I can click on to come out of here. I'll go to BBC News and then come back. Missed. Oh, Robert said audio good. Okay, well I was too late. I'd stepped out already. What's crackling seems okay now. Who knows what causes this? It's definitely a YouTube issue. If I just record a video, everything's always fine. Almost always. Better. I don't know what could cause that, folks. I apologise on behalf of myself and YouTube, I guess. But let me see how hot this is. Bear with me. I immediately slopped down my t-shirt. Remember when I poured it and I said that I'd missed and that there was water on the table? So as soon as I picked up my cup, I got a drip. Fuck! Hot, hot, hot! Hot, hot, hot. Jesus. We're probably listening on or watching on different bit rates, and it might be a codec or a transcoding issue at YouTube's end. I don't know, folks. That burnt my inside. It burnt all the way down. No crackling at all now. You fixed it. Okay. EMF interference. It's possible. Maybe the fly killer thing. The tennis racket of death. But then, what would have caused it to go away? If I step out to the BBC app and then come back in, there's nothing changed in the immediate environment. So that makes it less likely, maybe. I've got a burn on my hand. Must have been from when I went near the gas. That's all I can think of. What are we barking at, little lady? Why are we barking? Is it people's? It's a people's nearby. Oh, you can see her okay there. Look at that. Without even putting the spotlight on. Hey, babe. Whoa! The tennis racket of death strikes again. What do you think, folks? Is she getting used to it? She used to literally turn around and run away. It's okay, babe. It's a tennis racket of death. It's killing the mosquitoes and flies. Moscas y mosquitas. No. Why did I do that? I was just thinking to myself about why do flies go from feminine to masculine? Mosquita. No, mosca and mosquito. You see, I just did it again. Let's turn that off. She doesn't actually like that. And a close-up of me from the side because you love me really. Okay. I won't risk another sip of the coffee for another 20 minutes, I don't think. Not after that last attempt. Let me see if there's anything in chat. And do you know what I haven't done? I haven't switched. Folks, the default in YouTube is a setting called top chat. It's no good. You'll miss a third of chat. You want live chat. Sometimes it's just labelled as all messages depending on your interface. Haha, hot. Don't you laugh at me, lady. Yeah, it was hot, hot, hot. Fuck, it burned all the way down. Let's scroll back in case I did miss anybody. I think I've seen anything. Terrence, it's a cool 16 degree. Oh man, I would kill for 16 degrees. It hasn't been below 22 here in about 4 months, I don't think. Not for 1 minute has it been below 22 since, I don't know, May, April, whenever the hell it was that we hit the tropical nights, when it doesn't drop below 20 overnight. I'd have to look back at my TrampCast notes. I know at the time I was kind of looking forward to and waiting for the tropical nights. Now I'm sick to the back teeth of them. I'm waiting for some cooler air. I guess that's the point as well. I haven't been anywhere that's had aircon or anything. Maybe when I've stepped into the Chino Bazaar once a week. Tina. I hear people swearing up the road. It's okay, babe. Tina's okay. Oh, I had a weird one last night. 4:05 in the morning. Car comes down the road and stops just past the tent, opposite with like this entranceway into the camp here. Just stops. Single track road. And the car stops in the road. And was there for about half an hour. That's always a tricky one. Tina. Wait. Tina, quiet. Quiet. She's going to walk past in a minute. It's okay. It's a man talking to someone on a phone, I think. He's talking to a girl. Tina! I might have to grab her. She's not tied up. Tina! Stop it. Shush, shush. Oh, it's a small group. Tina girl, quiet, quiet. Tina, cámate, amiga mía. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Cámate. Three people, I think they've got dogs with them, so my dog has to start, obviously. Come here, babe. Come here. It's okay. I'll tell you if you can go and eat somebody. It's okay. There is a lot of back and forwards around the entrance to the camp. Tina! Basta! Sufficiente! That's enough! It'd help if they just fucking get a move on and walk past. Where am I? Where am I? Lovely Tina, sometimes. Okay, babe. Come here. Ven aquí. Venga. Ven aquí. Spanish dog. Got to speak a little bit of Spanish. Not visitors to me, no. So there's a main road at the top, and then you've got the dirt track that comes down the side. And obviously people, there's houses at the bottom, so you get some people walk past. Mainly they drive in and out. But you do get some people just walking dogs. Karen says hello, hello. We were talking about you before. You'll have to rewind to hear that. Not really. I was talking about your spicy baked beans, the chili baked beans. That's 2 failures out of 2, folks. 2 out of 2. It is still like lava. I did like them. I almost couldn't finish them because I had a baguette with them. I had to give Tina the crusty end because Nate asks, where is Torrevieja? Torrevieja is a Spanish city on the southeast coast, Costa Blanca south, about an hour south of Alicante, about an hour north of Murcia, somewhere in the middle, Murcia city, but in the middle there, halfway between the two. It's about 50 minutes from each, more likely than an hour. But that's Torrevieja. Where are you at, Nate? I'm guessing this is your first visit. Welcome. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. I guess I should give the opening spiel. We're half an hour in. This is TrampCast Hangout, a TrampCast Hangout. I am Delta Mike. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. I am Delta Mike. I am a down and out, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Slightly rude, but that's Americans for you. I'm joking, I'm joking. Someone who lives rough or sleeps rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Been homeless now for 3 years. So Delta Mike, down and out. Torrevieja, as I just mentioned some moments ago, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I do a program on Sundays, usually, called TrampCast, where I detail 7 days in my life. The successes, the failures, and the other happenings in my life as a tramp. This is not that. This is a hangout, a TrampCast hangout, where I just chat with you guys. Come and talk with a tramp, as it says on the picture that I try to use as a thumbnail for these shows. YouTube seemed to battle me on that and try and not use the image. Takes me 3 attempts to upload the image, and then immediately upon the end of the stream, they stop using that image. So you've probably come in now and they're using that thumbnail where it's a picture of me and then it says in diagonal letters, diagonal wording, TrampCast Hangout, come and talk with a tramp. But as soon as the stream ends, they will revert to a grey rectangle just with a circle with my, it's a Clippy at the minute. My avatar isn't my head like it used to be. It's a Clippy, the paper clip from Microsoft in the 1980s, 90s? I think early 90s, but possibly late 80s. So as soon as the stream ends, YouTube battle me and throw away the, it sounds like you're saying Trump. No, tramp, hobo, vagrant. These are the values of letters. I did have someone turn up early on in some of my first TrampCasts, thinking it was all about Trump, but that's because you're an American. Well, cheers to you over in America. I like to take the piss out of you Americans sometimes, but then they take the piss out of me as well, so it's Oompa Loompa. It's all done in jest. I can still see the baked bean juice in my beard. That's a little bit annoying. Oh, that might be coffee now. I gotta get this all. I'm sure it's only 3 or 4 weeks ago I did it all. My friend Karen's over here at the minute. I'm sure that within the next month or so I'll be able to get a haircut out of her and a bit of a beard trim, but I'll have to take care of some of it myself. I can't sit here with whether it's baked bean juice or coffee on my beard all day. It also has that meaning here if you're meaning a lady of loose virtue. It has that meaning here as well, but to tramp historically was to tread, to walk, to cover a distance, like hobo. Someone, a gentleman of the road used to be the word. Nowadays it's just more homeless person, so I've adopted it as a, if you came in here looking for a lady of loose virtue, I'm not your man. Mr. Sharavja. Hello, sir. Hello. Digital nomad stuck in a field. If I had the technology to be able to work from here, nowadays, I mean, I'm doing well just to have a phone. Oh, now I've got a tablet as well. We're building up, folks. We're building up. I've got the hard drive that I haven't been able to use now for over a year. You know when you plug a hard drive into a computer and you remove it incorrectly and it gets that little file allocation table issue. Yeah, nobody's been able to lend me a laptop for 5 minutes in the last year to clear my little hard drive issue. So I've got an extra 2 terabyte hard drive, and I'm messing about with SD cards and USB drives, pen drives, thumb drives, whatever wording you want to use for them. Maybe one day. I keep dreaming. Maybe I'll be like Pinocchio, dreaming of being. He dreams of becoming a real boy. I dream of getting my hands on an actual computer, even for just 5 minutes, just so that I can get access to my. I've only used. I think I used 250 gig. I think I used about a quarter of the first terabyte. So there's 1.75 terabytes of unused disk space. Meanwhile, I'm deleting gigabytes every week just to keep the phones running. Are there no libraries? I've got no idea whether there's a library in Torrevieja. I assume there is. But my dog, you're new here, so you might not have met her. Let me show you Tina. My disabled doggy darling, who has no usable back legs, and who I can't leave alone for more than 5 minutes, and who can't walk more than, even when I'm carrying her back, I put a, can you see the belt there next to the stovetop espresso maker, the black belt coming off that brick? I put that under her waist, wrap it around my arms twice, and then I pick her back end up and carry her, and she walks with the front end. I'm an old man. I got asked yesterday how old I was, and I didn't know. I never know. I have to say, what year is this? And then subtract 1968 from the year. And then, depending on the time of year, I might have to subtract another one, because we're not there yet. So I believe currently... God, am I 57? I'll be 58. No, I'll be 57 later this year. So I'm currently 56. Fuck. I never know my age, folks. Never, ever. By the time you memorize your age, it's time for it to change again. So by the time you get used to it, it's gone already. It's like how in January and February you can never write the date because you can't think what fucking year it is. You're writing last year's still. By the time you get used to the year, it's changed again already. That might just be me. I don't know. I might be... But going back to the question, are there no libraries? If there are, I can't get to them. And even if I could get to them, I couldn't leave Tina parked outside of one of them. It's all just a bit awkward. Hey, babe. Hey, you're okay. Tina's okay. Hey. Hey. Oh, you're a pretty little lady, aren't you? With one ear up, one ear down. One ear up, one ear down. Yeah. I'm going to have to memorize which way round it is, because after she's gone, after she's gone, in a year or two, probably, I'll have to say, and from Tina, and from me. And we'll have to do that as the outro. From Tina and from me, Delta Mike, out. That will have to be the thing. She won't last forever. Sign of nature, hello, hello. Just 2 weeks and you'll have your one laptop. Oh, I thought the last I heard you couldn't find it. Am I misremembering? I thought you couldn't find your laptop. That might have just been the cooker. I'm not sure. I get confused. You forgot dogs can't read. Yeah, take the dog to the library. Okay, I think that's cool enough. It is just running off the tash and down the beard, yeah. Time to wash the t-shirt again. It's only a month ago I washed it. What is this shit? I have been assured this week that I have a plentiful supply of water. If you remember a few weeks ago, folks, maybe a month ago, I was down to my last 15 litres of water. And I literally put a call out for people to bring me water. And you did, so thank you for that. I had 3 or 4 people arrive, each bringing about 50 litres. 30, 40, 50 litres. I got friends in country now who have brought me even more, and told me to stop being stingy with my water. If I've got something I need to wash, I can throw 3 or 4 8-litre bottles of water at it and get it done. Don't worry about running out. I'm okay with using tap water for that. Using store-bought water, it irks me. I can't be pouring 3 or 4 8-litre bottles of water, not all at once, but an 8-litre bottle, rinse something, the water turns bright brown or dark chocolatey brown. Wring it out, throw the water away, another bottle of water, washing up liquid, do the washing, rinse, a second wash, final rinse. That's 3, 4, 5 bottles of water at €1 a go. That I can't be doing that with supermarket bought water. If it's out of a tap, if someone's refilled an old bottle, which is why I have old bottles lying around if anybody wants to collect some and fill them. I'd rather, for washing me, the dog, the clothes, the dishes, I'd rather it wasn't no public water tap nearby. There will be this time of year. There's one about 500 meters that way, but it's unclear. It's certainly not for drinking. And again, my dog can't get that far, and I can't leave the dog that long. Like I say, I've got the bottles here. If someone else wanted to collect 5, 8, 10 bottles, run down in the car, fill them and bring them back. We'd have to label them so that we know they're not for drinking, and that those bottles don't get reused for drinking water after. Well, that's possible. But no, there aren't. It's not like there are taps just in the streets and things. Pros and cons for being a free living soul. It's all cons, my friend. Everybody says, oh, what a wonderful life. Oh, you don't have to get up for work on a Monday. Oh, it must be marvellous. Not really. Mice and rats in winter. Well, I had a mouse in the tent a couple of Fridays. Was it a Friday? It was a few Fridays ago, I think. There's something scurrying around last night, and I couldn't tell whether it was inside or out. I still haven't deployed the mouse traps. 2 of them are out, but after they've been out 3 or 4 days, the bait's gone because ants. Tiny little pots that you bait with like mayonnaise or mustard or barbecue sauce or something. But after 3 or 4 days, the ants have had the bait away. They're fantastic traps, but they're not going to be triggered by an ant. But I've still only got 2 of them deployed because I have to be careful where I put things because dog. Yeah, it's awkward. Are there pros for living this life? I mean, technically my time's my own. If I was so disposed, I could be reading and learning, and I got to admit, I did a lot more reading in the 5 months when I had nothing. When I didn't have any devices, when I didn't have lights, I would sit out. This is back when the dog could walk. We'd sit on the benches on the cliff tops. I would read all day. Newspapers, books, whatever I could find. Puzzles, I did a lot of puzzles back in the day. Since getting phones, I tend to watch a lot more films, TV programs, YouTube programs. I'm killing time rather than using time. Time is the day is fucking endless, and the heat. I'm just laying on the floor inside the tent, well, on the bed, but I'm getting as low as possible inside the tent, just waiting for the heat to pass so that I can come out on an evening and sit out here. Even on the day when I'm not talking to you guys, I can still be found out here many nights, just enjoying the cool air. The day, it's interminable. I'm just waiting for it to pass. Could I be using it more productively? Sure. I mean, I could be like trying to study Spanish or do something fucking useful, but I don't. I don't know, folks. If you're able to take Tina with you, you would be able to leave your stuff for a while. Yeah, I always have. We've walked in the past. We've walked to Guatemala, which is 12 kilometers that way. We've walked to Lasagna Boulevard, which is about the same distance that way. We used to go out for hours and hours and hours. Now, I had less. I've never had anything stolen here until a few weeks ago. There was one hold all stolen by, I think, the guy that lived the other side of the field. He left, he didn't say goodbye, and I noticed a week later that one of my hold-alls, one of my bags was missing. Other than him, the only time anything was stolen from here was when the police did it, which I'm not going to get into because it annoys me. The police and the bin men. No, I'm not going to get into it. It gets me too angry. Nothing has ever been stolen. A few times I thought things had been. Like when I thought both my phone and tablet, not the current tablet, but the previous tablet, I thought they'd been stolen one day because I went for a walk, came back, and my phone wasn't there on the charger where it would have been. And then I couldn't find my tablet. Phone was in my bloody pocket because I just made a video. Fucking idiot. And the tablet I'd put down somewhere stupid, and as I've got off the bed, I've dragged the covers with me and covered it up. But for a good half hour, I thought I'd been robbed. I thought someone had been in and had away with all my electronics. And I thought I wouldn't be able to talk to you wonderful, lovely people. I thought there goes my support network. There goes my lifeline, my connection with reality. I speak with more people in these TrampCasts. There's 16 of you here now, according to the gizmo that I'm looking at. But there will have been a few people cycling in and out, so I might have spoken with 20 or 25 of you by now. I speak with more of you guys in 1 hour of this than I do in a week in real life here. I might say hello and wave to 4 or 5 people a day as they walk past. But actual conversations, 3 or 4 a week. Because I don't leave this field. Except to walk Tina 100 yards down this road, 100 yards and back. Maybe 200, maybe 300, because that's as far as I can go carrying her back end. Now, that's about to change with the new wheels that we've got for her. If you don't know the story, check out the videos from the last 2 days. But yeah, talking to people. It's not my strong point, is it, Darren? Hey, that is no good at this people thing. You'd say it's not much good at this doggy thing, wouldn't you? Have you eaten your food? I think you have. Have you drunk all of your water? Okay, give me 5 or 10 minutes, I'll pour you another bowlful. Remind me, folks, I've got to pour my doggy some water in the next 10 minutes or so. She's come over to me now. She must want a treat. Oh, treats. Wait. I can't see how these work. What are these ones? It's just one of these, okay. These ones you just tear down the middle, don't you? Like that. You do. Let's have a look. Wait. I can't reach my bin. Just put that there. Hope it doesn't blow away. Wait. Let's show the people what a lovely lady you are, how gentle you are. Turn that, do that, scroll that, point that. Hobo. Ooh. You're gonna bite it? Yeah. What a lovely... Oh! I was just saying, what a lovely, gentle little lady you are. And for the first time in about a year, you just kind of... You didn't nip my thumb, but you caught it with your tooth. And my fault, I should have just given it to you instead of having your bite bits off. Okay, folks, that's my little lady. That was my fault. She didn't bite me or anything, she didn't even nip me, but my thumb did make contact with her tooth. A glancing blow. But that's my fault, the way I was handing it to her to try and get her on camera. Trying to make it look cute for your audience. Tina Doggy Darling, internet superstar. Eh? With all your followers. Yeah. I don't know, folks. My favourite little conspiracy theorist here, sign of nature, you've already been sentenced into action. 2 libraries in Torrevieja, says Roger. Let me think whether I know. Probably down near that big white church somewhere, that big square there, I would think would be where you might put one. Somewhere there, or by the Bienestar, the welfare. If you have another one, I'd probably go further into the centre of town. I don't know. I don't know where I would put one. I don't think I remember one. But I haven't been into the centre of Torrevieja. Oh, well, okay. I went to the courthouse, didn't I, a couple of months ago. I was very much a there and back. Dropped off, walk home. That's the only time I've been out of this field in a year. Well, I've been over the main road. I went over the main road. I go over the main road once a week to the Chino Bazaar. Sometimes twice a week. Oh. But only 50 metres the other side. Just past the Repsol. At the back of the Repsol garage, you've got the Chino Bazaar. Grand Bazaar El Zojo. I've got wheels to transport well, Tina's new wheels will help. She'll take a bit of time to get used to them and then to get her fitness up on the... She's been dragging herself around by the front end, but that's a different set of muscles. Bum shuffling and dragging herself by her front feet versus having all of her weight, having half of her weight on the front end and walking. Different muscles. So it'll take a little while, but we'll get there. We'll get there. She'll get used to her new wheels in a little while. Let's organise a tramp rave. I used to have on a Friday night. Oh, this might be 2 years ago, folks. I used to have an open night on a Friday night. I used to say, anybody who's in Torry, you know, grab a pack of beers or a bottle of whiskey or whatever, bottle of wine, whatever, and come on down. On Friday night, I'd announce an open night. But I had a weird experience one day. On the Thursday night, I announced it, And this couple turned up on the Thursday, and they just turned up in like a big Mercedes or a BMW or whatever, and they came and they stood and they looked and they said, "You have food for us?" And I'm like, what? I'm a tramp living in a field. Why am I feeding people in a fucking BMW? I made them a couple of hot dogs and a cup of coffee, wished them well and wished them on their way. Now, whether they were coming in response to my Friday night open night and they just got the day wrong and turned up on Thursday, or whether they'd not understood that the intention was that you bring the beer, you know, you treat me. I mean, I'm a fucking tramp in a field. I don't know whether we had a cultural misunderstanding or whether they were just fucking weirdos. The double misunderstanding, the cultural misunderstanding of expecting me to feed them, but then the double misunderstanding of them coming on the wrong night. Or maybe it's like the guys that turn up here every now and again asking me to lend them money so that they can get back to fucking Argentina or Barcelona, or you get people coming along literally trying to con a tramp, trying to con money out of the homeless guy. I don't understand them. They annoy me more than the gays that turn up at my tent door asking for sex. The guys asking for sex scare me a little bit more, because that could get violent. Well, I'll be honest, I turn it violent usually, but it could go violent in a different way, which is what scares me, which is why I get violent. But the people who come along with a sob story, I'm trying to get back to Barcelona so that I can get a flight back to Argentina because my mum needs an operation. And I'm like, fuck off. Fuck off. Even if that story was true, I'm not the fucker to come to. I'm not in a position to help you. I'm living in a fucking tent in a field. What are you fucking doing? How many fuckings can I put in a fucking sentence? Sorry. People. Is she already getting used to her wheels? She hasn't had that much use of them. I was saying earlier that a lady that helped me yesterday with them has taken them away to customize them a little bit more. So she hasn't actually had much use of them. We had a good walk home. That we were at the ladies yesterday. She was making changes, and we walked back the 200 or 300 meters. I'm not good at the distance thing, folks, but we walked back the 200 or 300 meters. By the time we got home, she seemed to be getting comfortable with it. But this morning, when it was just a quick walk, I just put the belt under her waist and carried her again, because it's more work to put her into the harnesses and straps and stirrups. It's more work than it's worth just for a 5-minute dog walk. That's possibly my laziness. I just picked her up and carried her with the belt, and we did the normal walkers this morning. And then the lady came this afternoon and took the set away for more customization. Glamping, yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that I'm glamping. Now that I've got the EcoFlow and a solar panel, the lanterns, the Samsung phone and Samsung tablet. Karen. It's like when the Red Cross turned up. The Red Cross found me after 3 years in the middle of a storm. Took one look at my solar panel and said, "Oh no, we're off." No, I am still homeless. No, they were gone. It's not quite what happened. They asked if I needed a hot drink or hot food, and I said, no, I'm fine. I just made I just made a couple of cups of hot coffee and maybe a did I have a flask at the time still? I can't remember whether this was before or after the police raided. Might have been after. This would have been last winter. And the police came and robbed me last summer. So no, I probably didn't have the flask. I might have had I might have had some metal bottles, some single-walled flasks maybe. But the Red Cross turned up, asked if I needed hot food, hot drink. Told them no, I'm okay. Then they saw the solar panel, and then the boss said, no, solar panel, placa solar, and off they fucked. You can't be a homeless tramp and own a solar panel, apparently. See, my problem is I'm not blowing it on heroin. I'm not begging and blowing money on you know, those things. And so I can buy a solar panel, an EcoFlow, a cool box. Friends do buy me a lantern and the tennis racket of death. When my phone fell apart and the power port broke and the phone died, I had 2 or 3 offers of alternate phones. 2 guys tried to post them to me. Failed. But then Karen came out a couple of weeks later and brought me a phone. This phone. So I'm lucky. I've been really, really fortunate to find you guys, to build up that support network. What do I say next? Next, I call myself an e-beggar. Yeah. Hello, you. You putting your chin on, Daddy? You can feel me being all contemplative and thoughtful, moody. Hello, baby. You're just after another treat, aren't you? I've got your number. Or maybe you're trying to nudge me. Water. You didn't remind me, folks. Nobody reminded me. Let me out, darling. Let me out. What did I do with that water bottle that I brought over earlier? Is it still here? Yeah, okay, I've got this one. I know what I'm doing. Move. You stood in the way. Good girl. That's a good girl. Oh, what did I do? Here it is. Let's through Tina's water bottle. Here we go, darling. I go out para Tina. Now you're acting like you didn't want water. Have I misread your mood? Have I misread the situation? What were you after? What were you after if it wasn't water? You just want cuddles, maybe. Maybe she just wanted cuddles from her daddy. Oh, let's get closer to that phone so I've got a chance of reading it. Your days are longer because your environment's sensitive, daylight, noises, etc. I'll tell you what, when I first moved into this field and it flooded and took out all my devices and I had that 5 months of hell, the 5 months where as soon as it got dark, that was the end of my day. I was more in touch with nature. I can tell you the time just by looking at the sun. What's that? Oh! Okay, you're not going to believe this. I thought there was a huge moon behind me. So chat's faded away and it's left the white circle that's supposed to have an arrow pointing downwards to say more messages that way. It's left that hovering just here, about this big. I literally just looked behind me expecting to see a fuck off big full moon. What a retard. There is no moon at all yet. Or maybe there's none at all. It was waning a week ago, wasn't it? Maybe it's gone altogether. Might just be the wrong time of night, might just not be up yet, or maybe there just isn't one tonight. Maybe it's the opposite of a full moon. A no moon. But honest, I thought there was this big fuck off white, where there, about that size, right there. Fucking idiot. But no, I was more in touch with the length of days and in touch with nature when I was sleeping outside, staring up at the stars every night. No clock, no timepiece at all, no phone, no nothing, no lights. It's interminable, I hated it, it almost killed me. But something about it was more natural. But maybe not in a good way. Like I said, it did almost finish me. Let me move forward. Josie's back. Like it only. Let's get to 30. Let's get to 30 likes tonight, says Sign of Nature, whose name I can't remember. And I think he got angry when I last asked. Maybe he doesn't want to tell us, or maybe he has told me and I've forgotten because I'm bad at this shit. Tramp rave, I'm down, says Tom. Oh, it's jumped. It hasn't been as bad for jumping so far today, but it just did just then. Oh, it did it again, look. I was just looking at Tom's... Where am I? Tom was saying about his small-town Norwegian life. Small-town Norwegian Highlands is hosting a hardstyle festival next weekend. Just happened upon a poster. So you didn't know about it until then. You just found a poster today. Mr. S is off. Mr. Sharafja. Catch you later, my friend. Maybe tomorrow, Clive or Scruff. Clive or Scruff Dog. Catch you later, mate. Somebody on the cliff tops. I don't know if they're throwing rocks or something, or if maybe if they've come back this way into the woods and they're chopping wood. There's some kind of like significant noise every now and again over that way. A thud. Some people will party on the rocks on the cliff tops at night and then just smash the glass bottles all over the cliff tops. People. After a while, the glass just wears down, and it's there, but it's not a threat. But you got to be careful. It's the new glass you got to watch for. It's not weathered. It hasn't had the sharpness rubbed away. Leave no trace. Yeah, that'll be difficult for me when I leave this field. I am a little bit untidy at the minute. Again. Well, ever since I moved tent, when I brought stuff out, and then never put some of it back away. I got to get on top of that, and I've also got too many water bottles lying around at the minute. And we've had a lot of windy days, and some of them have migrated. Josie's in Torry in 16 days, just over 2 weeks. Okay. Be nice to see you. I've only ever seen you as you've headed for the airport. You've got to come down and have a proper sit and chat one day. I forgot. This is the cup that leaks, isn't it? The gasket around the seal around the lid isn't brilliant. Yeah, they're throwing stones by the sounds of it. Maybe trying to break stones. I guess often around cliffs you get a lot of stones and people look for fossils and stuff, don't they? Try and break rocks. Or maybe they're just yobbish kids, I don't know. You remember my video I did when I had things get broken here by kids throwing stones? They threw them at my tent, missed, and it hit the table and broke a mug, broke a cup and a plate. Oh, look, I left a light on. Oh, fuck. Whoa. Death to the mosquitoes. Oh no, that's bigger. What's that? Okay, you're down there sparking where there's something big up there. I'd see whether we zoom in on it a little bit. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Where are we? Just there. Oh, see if we can get it. It looks like... Where is it? Lower. Can you see that? Just there. Oh no, I can't zoom. I'm not sure if it's a... Is it a wasp? Is it a fly? Is it the body of a moth after the wings have been burnt off? I can't... Not sure. Yeah. And I'm in the way of my own light. Of course I am. Hello, little lady, you're back again. What this time? Oh, okay, it's the banging. It's not thunder, darling. It's not thunder. It's not fireworks. It's just people with stones. I think. They don't sound like firecrackers, do they? I don't know if you can pick them up. I don't know if these have been picked up on here. You see us when we bring the laptop. Okay. Resculpted tramp site. If I can get on with it. And it's jumped again. You thought I was saying the stone throwing crew were back. I don't think so. If they are, they're at the other side of the trees up on the cliff tops. Oh, now it's decided now it wants to jump continuously. Literally, I cannot get away from where I am. Yeah, the stone throwers were infuriating because I was running after them and trying to kill them. Could have got myself in trouble, folks. I was throwing stones back at them and running after them. I haven't run in many years. I used to run marathons and half marathons. I don't even walk out of the field anymore, never mind run marathons. Yeah, I chased some one day on their electric scooters and bicycles, and I'm chasing them, trying to work out where they're going to go and trying to head them off. When I got back here, I spent the rest of the night coughing my lungs up, coughing so much and retching phlegm. I cleared a lot of gunk off my lungs that day, but I didn't feel any better for it the next day. Too many years of sedentary lifestyle, bent over computers. Office boy for too many years. What can you do? We're back to Tomin's Hicktown. You can't touch them, that's their goal. Local policia knows you. I know. Yeah. I would imagine that if the stone that I threw made contact with one of them, that very few people would have sympathy for them. You You throw stones and then get hit by stones. It's fuck you, isn't it? It's just desserts. What are they gonna do? Take a guy who's homeless and lock him up and give him a fucking roof over his head. Give him a roof and 3 walls. Bars on the one side. But 3 meals a day. It's not a big threat really, is it? Take the homeless guy and give him a home. See you in 20 years when I get out. I hope my throat isn't going already. If Spanish people are really about their children, then why are their children out here throwing rocks at me? I think that's why it's gone away. I think that's why there hasn't been a repeat. In fairness, there was a 2 or 3 week period where this one kid was in 2 or 3 different gangs, 2 or 3 different groups that came and had a go. And then it stopped. I think one of those other kids has, or maybe he said something to, his dad's found out basically, given him a slap and said, fucking don't do that, you'll get yourself hurt. It's my presumption. Why else did I go from having 3 different groups turning up almost on consecutive days, like 3 different groups of kids within 2 weeks turning up throwing rocks, and then it stopped and hasn't occurred again in, is it 3 months, maybe 4? I'm not sure how long it's been, but it's more than likely that one of the kids has said something to their parents said something to his parents, and it stopped. So it's done, let's not worry about it. Job done. I heard Spanish prisons are actually quite nice. I've got no idea, Sean Stones. I can tell you that the cells at the Guardia Civil aren't that bad. Food's not great. Didn't have a cooked meal in 3 days. But it's not bad. It's air-conned at least. And you get a couple of nice blankets for at night. Let's go back down to the bottom. Okay. I have no idea. I've not been to a proper prison, so I wouldn't know. Maybe one day. I'll put it on my bucket list. Get someone to open a storage container. I wouldn't know where you could put such a thing. Or where there are such things, no idea. Don't know, folks. Let's move on. Let's get a better topic going. How are you guys? What kind of week have you all had? Obviously, my week's been quite trampish. We had the success of I had the police turn up, but it turned out to be a good thing. They brought Tina's new wheels, and then I've had people helping me with those wheels. That's been kind of the theme of my week. But what about that? The heat, obviously the heat. Now the temperature's dropped from 38 degrees, feels like 44, down to 32, feels like 36. So it's something of a, it's somewhat of a relief, maybe. Is it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can feel the difference, folks, to be honest. 32 feels like 36 isn't that different from 38 feels like 44. I can't, in my tent, where you can probably add another 10 degrees on anyway, In my tent, it's not a difference. Now, I've had friends bring me ice. Twice this week, is it? Maybe? Possibly? I think it is. Yeah. Beer and ice. The first time ice cubes, or not cubes, but they're big rounds. Put a couple in a glass and pour the beer in. I know it waters the beer down, but it's better than drinking warm beer. And then yesterday it was two bottles of frozen water. So no good for drinking, no good for putting in drinks. Let's have a look. Terrence, you're gonna get a fucking slap, mate. Have you done that twice? Mate, I'm gonna hit refund on at least one of those. No, just no, not twice in one night. Appreciate the thought, but that's too much. It's like you've hit the button by accident or something. You've hit refresh on the PayPal page and it sent it twice. I don't know what it is, but no. Later on, I'm going to hit refund on the second one. Appreciate the generosity and the offer, but folks, I am kind of all right at the minute. I'm probably more than all right, because you collected money for me towards a vet at one point. Then we collected money towards Tina some wheels. And then I've been donated a set of wheels for Tina. So didn't have to spend the money to buy them. Now, by the time I'm finished with this lady who's customizing them, there will have been some costs in materials and tools and things. And I'll have to buy her I don't know, a bunch of flowers or a bottle of wine or something. But those costs are minimal compared to what I was putting to one side to actually buy wheels. So I'm all right at the minute, folks. I'm okay. No extravagant donations. I think I've posted the link to PayPal more by accident, more by, what's the word I'm looking for? More by routine, more by... the days I don't put the link there in the pinned comment. Didn't we have one, was this last week or the week before? I did one of these live streams and it got cut off. I couldn't just rejoin it. You know, before when the audio went bad and I stepped out and stepped back in and it resumed and rejoined. Well, there was one where it cut off and I couldn't get back in. It kept offering me the option, resume or end, and it wouldn't resume. So in the end, I hit end and I had to start a new stream. And wouldn't you know it, some guy comes along who's never found me before and starts asking, how can I send you money? How can I help? Why is there no donate link? The one time I didn't have a fucking donate link. And I forgot that I didn't have a donate link, and I was calling him all the bastards under the sun for being an idiot and not looking in description. Where there's always a donate link in description as well. But I forgot that we'd ended one stream and started another. So I put all this is just to say, I put the donate link there more out of habit and maybe because the one time I don't have it, I'll get pestered for it. And if Jack Attack's not here to post it in chat, then we get stuck. But I'm all right at the minute, folks. I'm not going to say a number. If you look up how much a doggy wheelchair would cost on Amazon and look up a mid-range one, so not your 35 euros Temu one and not a 500 euros Rolls Royce one, but if you look up a mid-range one, I had that kind of money set aside for Tina's wheels. Like I said, I'm going to have to treat this lady to something. I'm going to have to pay for some materials and tools that have been acquired on our behalf. But other than that, we're all right now for money. No extravagant donations. Appreciate you, Terry. I appreciate you, mate. But 2 donations in one night is... Cheers to Terry and to anyone else who donates. Thomas earlier. Similarly, I threatened to hit the repay button. I'm a little embarrassed, if I'm honest. We raised money for Tina Wheels, and then have been donated a set. I maybe need to send a donation to the alberg, the animal pound sanctuary, whatever I think alberg translates more as hostel. You wouldn't really call it an animal hostel in English, I don't think, but that's the nearest translation I can get. Sanctuary or hostel. They have albergs for people as well, so it's like a youth hostel or a traveller's hostel. Hey babe, is that your belt that I can see down there? What's that doing in the middle of the floor? How'd that get there? Nice cuddle. That's a nice cuddle. I don't know what she's after. She didn't go and get water after I thought she wanted water before. Maybe she's frightened by the noises that the guys were making over there. It's very dark here tonight, folks. I don't know whether this will work. Recently, we had a lot of really light nights with the moon overhead, but away from my light. So here's my light and everything, but all those street lights look a lot brighter on the screen than they do here in real life. It really isn't that bright up the road there. It's not that bright. It's really dark actually around here. Night sky, trees. You probably won't see any of that. What's that? Okay, those are that's off over the coast and over the cliffs and the buildings the other side. I can't see anymore. It shows up, it's twice as bright on screen as it is in real life. That's weird. Can you see Torrevieja? Let's have a look. You can see this sign. You probably can't read it. Over there. And if I try and zoom again, it'll zoom out first so you don't get any better or bigger. Can you read that? I can't. It says Torrevieja. Torre is tower, so that's Tay's tower. It's not even a tower. It's just a 3-story building with an estate agent at the bottom. And back, we're back. That really didn't show it because on the dark bits you couldn't see anything, and on anything that had any light at all it exaggerated it. So that didn't achieve the effect I was looking for. What does that say? 65%. I've misplaced my, you know, these glasses are not the right strength. I've misplaced my lens that I use for magnifying on small things on screen when I can't quite read them with my aged old eyes. Back to the bottom. Karen says the people who sent money for Tina's wheels, I'm sure they won't mind you using it for other things. I hope not, but if anybody does feel aggrieved and want a refund or need a refund, I'll be happy to oblige. Convert money and do retail with Tina's wheels. Okay. Some words there that aren't coming out right, Josie. Lots of big ships or chips, big ships, tree masters and big navy ships, old navy ships. Oh, Tina, you haven't, have you? Oh, let where's my light? Oh, guys, she's either had a really bad fart. Is that really just a bad fart? Jesus Christ, Tina, what's wrong with you? That was a real noxious emission that she has just... Fortunately, as far as I can tell, unless I've missed something... Oh, Tina. Really? Sorry, folks. It's not the most it's not the most erudite conversation, is it? Talking about smelly farts from your dog. She's not normally. That's if they do banned. If anyone wants a refund, they're banned, says Karen. Would you get deported if you went into the sea in Torry? No, not deported. Yeah, you're fine to go into the sea yourself. Dogs, take a dog into the sea and they get a bit funny about it in summer. I've heard all sorts of weirdness from police here about that kind of stuff. A friend got pulled up a few years ago. Actually, the lady that I got Tina from was walking her dog on the beach. She got threatened with a €1,000 fine if she was caught on the beach with her dog again in the next 9 months. And they said, and if your dog had been in the sea, it would be even more. They were worried about diseases passed by dogs, like to seals or to other, and it's like total bogus bullshit. There's very little in the way of mammalian life in the sea. You do occasionally see dolphins out on the horizon. Right out on the, like right out. So your dog swimming on the, it's not a, but they worry about their blue flag status, you know, with the beach ratings, and they just get over the top about it. But 750 and €1,000 and €1,500 fines, if for walking your dog on the beach or for letting your dog swim in the sea. And yet, just up the coast at Santa Pola, they've had a dog beach for 15 or 20 years. We used to go. Then they experimented with having a dog beach here in Torrevieja. They opened 2, and the locals went crazy and had them closed down again. The locals kept vandalizing the signs and covering them up and telling people it was illegal to have dogs on the beach. And they picked really shitty areas for them as well in the first place. Deserted stretches or very pebbly and rocky stretches. So no, I wouldn't get deported. I'd get in trouble maybe if I was there with a dog, but my dog doesn't. She hates water. She's always, the first time me and my friend Ismo tried to wash Tina, the 2 of us ended up on our back at various times trying to control her and wash her outside, and we're slipping and sliding on the flagstones, and I think Ismo picked her up and then fell smack on his fucking back. I think I fell over at one point, but I didn't have the dog in my hands at the time. He did. He had Tina in his arm and he fell. Bang! This is the lad, if you've seen the videos where my chair's broke. Funniest fucking chair deconstruction ever. When I took the shot looking down at the chair, you could see it was a chair. It wasn't just a pile of, I mean, every joint had come undone. This was a wooden chair with about 50 joints, and about 35 or 40 of the 50 joints have come undone. But it's a 2D interpretation. It's a 2D image of the 3D chair. If I'd put my camera above the chair at the start of the day, that's what it would have looked like, except you could see that every joint was fucking broken. Good lad, Ismo. To my friend Ismo. Ismo Finlandia. Kipis. I've known him quite a while now. It'll be 8 or 9 years in January. Yeah. I don't know why. Do you remember at the beginning, the chat wasn't jumping and now it is a bit? All kind of big boats from all over the world are coming to Amsterdam. Everything's sailing. Yeah, the Dutch were big explorers and travellers, weren't you? Smellcast. Oh, Katina's farts, okay. No, it was particular, yeah. Apparently can't go in sea there anymore. There's people in the sea every day over here. Paddle boards, swimming. They jump off. There's a big rock. There's a big cliff further out, and they jump off that and jump into the water. When my joints come undone, I usually have the paper the wrong way around. That's a herbalicious joke, if I'm not mistaken. Seems it jumps whenever Tom posts. Yeah. Did you give her some chili beans? No, I didn't actually. I might have given her one bit of bread that had been dipped in. Only one small, and then I gave her the end of the baguette. That was a little bit too crusty for me with no teeth. And I was at the end of the tin of beans, so I couldn't just soak it wet. So I just gave her that. Yeah, so she might have had like a teaspoon of beans, chili beans, but that's not that. That's, I don't know what that was. She might have to sleep on the floor outside the tent door tonight. Some days I'll tie her to the tent pole that's just outside the door, and she could sleep either outside the door or just inside the door. Or just recently I've been unclipping her and putting her back on the bed. She's been for a couple of months, June and July maybe, she wouldn't get on the bed. It was too hot, too warm for her. Just recently she'll get on the bed, and then I'll put the fan on for a while, 10-15 minutes, and then maybe another hour or two later I'll put the fan on again, just to get the air circulating and moving. It gives her that bit of breeze as well, but it cools me down as well in the bedroom part of the tent, because the two doors, the cross draft is nowhere near the bedrooms. That's in the middle part of the tent. Treat it, yeah, the beans. I doubt that 1 teaspoon of beans is going to have had that kind of effect on her. That was just vile. It smells how hers smell, but she's normally not of a gaseous persuasion. Sometimes she'll be sat there and she'll fart, like an actual noisy fart, and it surprises her. She looks around all surprised. She's looking around like, what was that? What the fuck? Who did that? Who said that? It's hilarious to watch. Other people that I've lived with who had dogs, their dogs were much more farty on a much more regular basis. Tina generally isn't, but when she is, oh my God. Anyway, folks, this is not a normal TrampCast conversation. Dog fart smells is not where we go. Normally we talk about some science and some technology. I haven't really got any. I don't think I've got any. Maybe if I consult my... Let me see whether I've written myself any notes this week. I think I did. I just don't remember what. That's the wrong button. At the minute, I'm constantly getting confused between, on the tablet, the power button is the top one, and on the phone it's the bottom one. And I keep getting it the wrong way around. Whatever I reach for, what the hell are you doing there? Whatever I reach for, it goes wrong. Come out of that. Out of there. Where are my general notes? Okay. Okay. What stories for this week then? In news and technology and stuff. Hold on. What do we got here? Go commercial, Mikey. I never sunburn with the sun cream. Tested 24/7. Yeah, I can't be advertising sun cream or anything. I never use the stuff. My dad used to use olive oil. He worked in Africa. He was crusty, toasty brown. I did. Did I mention? I think I mentioned. I haven't done anything about this yet. I was approached by a mobile phone company who wanted to send me, purportedly, maybe, I was approached by a phone company. I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that I used to have a phone called an Oukitel, Oukitel, Oukitel K10000, about 9 years ago, maybe. And best, most solid phone I had with the longest battery I ever had. The whole thing was a brick. You could drop it, you could throw it, you could... when the kids were throwing stones, instead of throwing stones at them, I could have been throwing my fucking phone at them. That'd knock them out. Fucking thing was like a brick. Probably not the best advertising for the company. But yeah, I was approached by a company who wanted to send me their latest phone. But then they wanted to move rather than just sticking with email and doing the conversation or whatever there, they wanted to move to WhatsApp. And every scam you ever hear about nowadays involves moving the conversation to WhatsApp. So I got suspicious and never replied. Maybe I should. I mean, what if I'm aware, if I'm watching out for a scam, and if I'm a guy living in a field and I haven't got a bank account that they can empty, what could actually go wrong? What do I actually have to lose? As Alan from Norfolk said, I can't remember whether that was in an email or in a YouTube comment. I don't know. That would have been my first sponsorship offer had I progressed it. I may have left it too late now to progress it. I don't know, folks. So yeah, going with your go commercial thing, that I would like to promote EcoFlow. I mean, I'd say I've done a pretty good fucking job of promoting them as it is. I won't be promoting the maker of my cool box. That hasn't been a good purchase. That hasn't worked out for me. Maybe my solar panel. Tents. Camping gear. I love my fan. So stuff like that. What about my Leroy Merlin? What the fuck? I was still in YouTube. It brought up a web link. There's nothing on this screen that should have taken me where I just ended up. That was annoying. It was a comment. Go for it, it'll entertain you, says Alan from Norfolk. Yeah, I mean, I guess as long as I'm aware of I'm aware that it could be a scam, and I've got very little to be scammed out of, have I, if we actually face it? I mean, like I said, there's no bank account to empty. A little bit in PayPal nowadays, as I was mentioning earlier, but maybe. Let the embassy help you get settled in Spain, says EVV. The embassy have been of no use whatsoever. The welfare fella here that got me arrested in the end was supposedly going to put me in touch with the embassy and express an interest in getting me helped. Didn't go anywhere. Didn't go anywhere. Still living in a field. I'm getting by. I survive. That's at the beginning of each week. I tell myself my goals for the upcoming week. Keep surviving and keep looking for that possible way forward and way out of here. But goal number one is keep surviving. Still be here this time next week. There's been weeks where I thought it might not happen. There's been days, there's been incidents. God. 2.5 years ago when my roof split open end to end. When it was, if you watched video number 1 and you see the shack made out of 6 sticks and a tarpaulin, and the tarpaulin split, I was so close to doing something, I'm not even going to say silly, but something terminal. I was so close. And then this lady and gent came down through the field with a new tarpaulin, and I was such an idiot. Such an idiot. They brought me a tarpaulin, a bunch of sausages and some bread. I can't remember whether it's bread fingers or bread buns, but basically make yourself some hot dogs. But a new tarpaulin. My tarpaulin had split that day. She'd been walking past apparently with friends and seen it. And I was like, wow, it's such a coincidence that you happen to have a tarpaulin laying around. I thought they were English couple. I thought, how fortunate, how lucky I am that somebody just happens to have a tarpaulin lying around. 3 days later, when I looked at the wrapper, so after I spent that afternoon and evening building myself a new shelter, 3 days later I looked at the bag that the tarpaulin had came from, and I saw Gran Bazaar El Zocco, the name of the Chino Bazaar up the road there. So they've seen the state I'm in. This is in the middle. This is a day where we're in the middle of thunderstorms. It rained that night and all that morning. Then they'd gone for a walk and it was going to rain again that night. When the roof went through, the water came in, pinned me to the bed. I had another tarp, a smaller tarp, on the bed, and I was pinned in place and couldn't move. So I thought I was done for then. And then when I managed to start moving some of the water off, and it took about 5 minutes, and then eventually I could just oink the rest off me. All over my possessions, but off me, so that I could move. But I'm looking up at my torn shelter, and I'm just thinking, that's it, I've had enough. Come through winter, come through Christmas and New Year, into January, into early February, at nights at 4 degrees C, and we're just coming out of February, it's getting a little bit warmer, and then the heavens open and this thing splits, and I just thought, fuck it, I've had enough, I'm done. This was in the middle of my 5 or 6 months with no devices, I'm very much a modern guy, I'm a very techie person, My living was websites, internet security, all of that. I used to build computers. I used to fix computers for people. I used to teach people how to use computers. I'm a very modern day techie person. To spend 5 or 6 months without even a watch, no radio, not a light. And in the middle of that, I built this shelter. I built a bed, a platform, a bed, and then I built a shelter around it. And then I almost died with all this water coming through this roof. And I was so lost at that point. And then these people appeared like angels with a new tarpaulin. I had 3 hours of work ahead of me to take the old tarp off, get it out of the way, put the new one out and get it up and over in the wind and get it secured. It's a lot of work. And try and get that finished before the heavens open, before the next storm comes. And I only just made it. But I made it. And at that point I thought, how fucking lucky am I that these people just had a tarpaulin laying around. Fucking idiot. They didn't just have a tarpaulin laying around. They went out and specifically bought a tarpaulin for me. And I'm not saying I was an unappreciative. I just didn't think. I just didn't realise. I thought, how lucky am I that they had this thing laying around? Maybe they'd driven down from England and they'd had a tarp on a trailer or something and had a spare. No. 3 days later, I look at the fucking bag again after the excitement's over and I see the label of the shop next door. But at that point, when it first went through, I had the point where I thought I was going to die because of all the water that was pinning me onto the bed and still coming in through the roof, through the ceiling. And B, I thought, we've still got days of storms to go. And my tarp's bust. What the fuck am I going to do? And I thought about throwing myself off the cliffs. But then I thought, what would happen to her ladyship here? And I thought that would be no good. I couldn't do that. What are my options? Throw her off first. Take her with me. I couldn't do that. I couldn't leave her behind. And then these people appeared and I had other options. Anyway. So from then on, week by week, my aim is to survive. My aim keeps surviving. And one day, an actual opportunity to get out of this shit will come along. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it is. I don't know how it is. I see lots of obstacles. I see lots of things in the way. I know people will just. We had the guy the other week. Why don't you just get on a plane? Why don't you just? Lots of reasons why. Eventually we'll find a way. But you guys, my support network, the people that keep me sane, the people that keep me away from those thoughts. Good job you wouldn't have met us lot. This is true. This is true. So many of you guys have become such firm friends. There's a lot of people that became firm friends and then, whether it's the YouTube algorithm or what, or whether I've said something wrong and offended people, there's a lot of people from the early days of TrampCast. There's a lot of people who commented during TrampCast 1 whose comments just don't appear now. When you play it back and you enable chat replay, their comments are not there. Now what I think it was, I think I made those be subscriber only. So you had to be a subscriber to comment. And if you've either unsubscribed yourself or been unsubscribed in the meantime, your comment disappears. Or if you block me, or if I block you, your comment disappears. But I think it's the subscriber only mode that hits it the hardest. There are some people who commented in those early TrampCasts whose comments just aren't there anymore. So they became friends, and I still have fondness for them, but they're not here anymore. They're not there anymore. I don't know whether it's a deliberate choice on their part. I don't know if it's an accidental click on my part. Yeah, sometimes when you're on the phone, sometimes I almost block people. Things pop up or the phone just goes wild and starts clicking and misclicking. But sometimes people unsubscribe. Sometimes YouTube unsubscribes people thinking they're bots. I don't know, folks. I don't know what happens. This is why I encourage people to get in touch with me in the real world. Send me an email. Let's chat. Let's get on Messenger or WhatsApp. Bless you, says EVV. And you, right back at you. Bless you too. You do have a bank account, it's just that you can't access it. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess. It's been declared dormant, which means they keep a record of it, but technically it's kind of closed and the money's snaffled off into their centralised pot, not gaining any interest or anything. And if I do manage to establish with them that I am me, they will recreate an account and put the money in. So I don't know whether technically that I have an account or not. I have a record of an account, or they have a record of my account. One or the other. Good job you wouldn't have met us, said Karen. This is true. That is the truth of it. I'll probably get banned by YouTube or something now. Discussing, there are certain topics you can't discuss in the modern world. I don't know if you've noticed, folks, we're becoming heavily censored. There's a topic maybe for another day, maybe for another platform, I'm not sure. Oh, what was that? Get out my fucking hair, you bugger. An insect. I don't know whether it was a moth or what, but it was spiky and horrible. I don't know whether you could see that or not. I can't because there was I've got a white bar. That when I pin that comment at the top of chat, it stays on my screen all stream. But yeah, something landed. It's like a big moth or fly or something. I'm not sure, folks. I'm not sure. Give us a second. I'm going to have my second coffee. It's one of those big green fly things again. Is it a green fly or aphid? I showed you the other day. This is what it is. Oh, you're not going to be able to... Can you see that thing? What is that? Someone tell me what the fuck that is. It's big and it's green. It's got 6 legs, so it's an insect. Technically. Whoa, what's the strobing for? That'll be the light. Is it? I don't know why it's strobing like that. This, when I went to turn the camera back, that's when I misclicked before and got dumped out of the stream. That's why my counter now, my clock shows that we're only on 33, almost 34 minutes. We're actually on, just at 9:30, we're on 2 hours and 5, probably 2 hours. I was probably 3 or 4 minutes late, wasn't I, knowing me? Do you know me? Have we met? I was about to have a coffee. Cheers, folks. That's still hot. So can anyone tell me what that is? Too big for a green fly. Too big for an aphid, I think. I mean, we're in Spain. definitely green. Could it be some form of beetle? It'd be a small beetle, but it could be. Would that be a chitinous shell? That would usually be dark, wouldn't it? I don't know whether it can be chitinous if it's green. I don't know. Looks like the wings on top are transparent, are they? Or maybe the outer shell's transparent and the wings are green. I don't know, folks. I am not a... Oh, let me get the right word. There's etymology and there's entomology. One is words and one is insects. Entomology is insects, maybe. Etymology is words. Maybe. Etymology, entomology. Oh, I can't think. I can't remember. Where's Susie Dent when you need her? Get me a sexy Susie Dent. I don't know, folks. What is this shit? It's a tramp in a field talking about entomology and etymology. Is it flat and stinky? No. Green wand, says Josie. I've never heard of that. That might be a... This is a wand. Okay. For WhatsApp, need a phone number. Remember me when I'm visiting you. I'll give you my phone. I'll give anybody my phone. Anyone that I'm in touch with regularly, if we're on if we don't know each other too well, Messenger's an option. WhatsApp, I agree. WhatsApp involves giving out your actual phone number. So you give someone WhatsApp access, they've also got SMS and real world phone calls. I hate actual phone calls. I don't really do voice calls much, whether WhatsApp, Messenger or real world phone calls. I was never a chatty I've said this before. I don't like the sound of my own, I've never liked the sound of my own voice until I started doing YouTube, and now I can't stop watching me. I watch back 80 to 90% of my own streams. Just recently I've got a bit of a backlog. But the last stream went on for like 7 or 8 hours. And for some reason, if I do one of these live streams and it's less than like 4 hours, it takes YouTube about 12 or 15 hours to do the post-processing, to synchronize the chat replay and make all the different, what do you call them? The different resolutions, the different screen sizes, the different, resolution. Whoa, all the different resolutions. But for some reason, once you get over 4 hours, they're available like instantly, like within 15-20 minutes. It's available to watch. So the other day, when I finished that one, I settled down that night, like in bed, finished at 5 or 6 in the morning, whatever it was, got into bed and started playing me. I went to sleep listening to the soothing sound of my own voice. I have had people jokingly and occasionally, viciously, call me a narcissist. Yeah, maybe. I don't think, not in the true medical sense. I don't think I am. But this thing is still just sat here. Fuck off, mate. Go. For your own good, get out of here before you fly into the wand of death. I flicked it and it just kind of fell. Weird. I don't know, folks. Am I a narcissist? I don't believe so. Now, the guy that I used to share an apartment with is a diagnosed one. In Sweden, you can have that diagnosis. Here in Spain, doesn't exist. So he has to go and get a different diagnosis for whatever's wrong with him. But yeah, they don't accept. I might have got that the wrong way around, but in one country he's got that diagnosis and in the other he hasn't. They don't accept that as a thing. He still came home that day after trying to top himself. He still came home after trying to top himself with medicines. He still came home with a carrier bag full of medicines that they gave him. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. He tries to top himself. He takes off to go see a psychiatrist and ask for help. If you mention the word suicide to a psychiatrist, that's you gone, that's you locked up for 3 or 4 days. There's no ifs or buts. He comes in 5 days later with a big bag of meds. That's why he was in, for trying to swallow a whole bag full one morning. Keep him in for 5 days and send him home at 10 o'clock Friday night with a big bag full of tablets. What the fuck are you doing? It's the same guys. We've had this conversation before. I will mention it as a safety thing for anyone who comes to Spain and doesn't know this. If you ever go to a pharmacy or if you're ever in hospital and you need painkillers, there's a very good chance they will just hand you something called Nolotil. Nolotil, I think. It's got other proper names, but that's a brand name. For years, they've been killing Northern Europeans by giving them this stuff. If you're from Britain, Ireland in particular, Ireland and Scotland more than England, I think. I think it's a Celtish gene thing. But Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark say no to Nolotil. There have been messages, there's been official memos go from the government to pharmacies and from doctors saying not to prescribe this stuff to Northern Europeans. In something like 3% of cases, 3% of people who take this, it wipes out your white blood cells. And all sorts of microbes and bacteria and all the things that we have on us and in us every day that your body's just killing continuously. Suddenly you're plagued with these things and you die of, what's it called? Septicemia, blood poisoning. Shit runs rampant. And your immune system can't cope because. So say no to Nolotil. If you got a headache and you go to the pharmacy and you just say headache, painkillers. No Nolotil. You're in hospital and oh yeah, I'm in pain. Can I put something in the drip or do what? No Nolotil. Bad. You can check the spelling or whatever, but a green shield child wants. That's not going to translate. Let me see whether I can translate. I'm gonna assume that what you typed was. Do I have Dutch built into this? I bet I don't. Well, I bet I haven't got it downloaded and oh, I do. Okay. Let me go with whatever Josie Shield wants. No, that's just me mistyping. Shield wants. Shield bug. A green shield bug. Okay. Never heard of it. We used to have green shield stamps. Green shield bug. Yeah, okay. You probably beat me to it. I was too busy typing to read your update. I had this here for a reason before, didn't I? We were going to talk about some sciencey stuff before I went all suicidal. Sorry, folks. Where was that at? So what stories? I'm gonna have a chat with you guys instead. Looked like a shield. It did have that shape, yeah, it did. How many of you saw this one? A guy held his breath underwater, so we know he wasn't cheating. Almost half an hour. Someone's having a good Friday night. I hope. Either that or someone's just been kidnapped and I've sat here. Why did he hold his breath for half an hour? So that he didn't die, I guess. I don't know. If that's what you were asking about, if that's what you're asking about the why. He's a free diver. So he dives deep frequently and often, and if you hyperventilate beforehand, you can load up your bloodstream with lots and lots of oxygen. It actually makes you dizzy, and you have to condition your body to get used to it. It's not the presence of oxygen that makes you dizzy, it's the lack of carbon dioxide. Your body regulates things on the presence of carbon dioxide. Similarly, when you do hold your breath and you're desperate to breathe, it's not a lack of oxygen. You've actually got loads of oxygen going around your body in your blood, but your body's building up more carbon dioxide than its like internal sensors are happy with, and it screams at you to breathe, to breathe out and breathe in. So when people drown, when they like take that breath underwater, when they can't hold any more, they've still got more oxygen in their body than they need. But their body screams at them that they need to breathe because they have to get rid of that carbon dioxide. Now you can train yourself by breathing out, but not breathing in for a while. And over time you can make your body get used to having more and more carbon dioxide within it. And this is kind of what free divers do. It's two things. Hyperventilating beforehand to get more oxygen in your body than you need, and if you do that, you'll get faint. And that again it's a similar thing. Your body's saying not enough carbon dioxide. It's not too much oxygen, it's not enough, but you can, over time, you can get used to doing more and more, and so you can hyperventilate more and more and get more and just breathe pure oxygen and get more in. Like I say, you have to be. It also changes the pH level in your body a little bit, and your body's very susceptible to that, so you have to train it over a long period. But these guys, these free divers, are doing this day in, day out over their lifetime. Some of them are picking oysters and stuff off the sea surf, on the surface at the bottom of the sea, picking things like that, and so it's their job to be down there. And what you can't do, or what you don't want to do, if your job is to swim around and go down, you don't actually want a lung full of air. So these guys are breathing out before they go down in the water. So they're relying on the oxygen that's already circulating in their body. That if your lungs are full of oxygen, you're too buoyant. It becomes too difficult to swim down. So they're hyperventilating. They're oxygen enriching, and then breathing out, and then going down. And this guy, he just got so good at it that whereas the record used to be like 3 minutes and 4 minutes and 10 minutes, I think when I was a kid, I heard the record for someone holding their breath was for like 12 minutes or something. But now it's almost half an hour. It's incredible. That's incredible. But the practice and the process you have to go through to train your body, firstly, to absorb more oxygen than it wants to. Then to breathe out either before you dive or early during the dive to overcome this buoyancy so that you can sit on the bottom of the, I think we sat on the bottom of a swimming pool for the world record attempt. And then to sit there calmly and serenely for that long, and then to overcome your body's urge for you to breathe out and in again because of the carbon dioxide that's building up in your body. I guess in these things you're allowed to breathe out. There's no, I don't think there's any rule against you breathing out. So as carbon dioxide builds up, maybe they're breathing out. But it's incredible though, yeah? Almost 30 minutes, 29 and a half minutes or whatever the record was. Crazy. I thought so anyway. In other science and sciencey related news this week. It was in the news this week, but this happened a few years ago. But someone with motor neuron disease, also known as ALS. I never remember what the A stands for. Not arterial, atrial sclerosis. Anybody know? ALS. Motor neuron disease, ALS. Lou Gehrig's disease in America. This lady lost her voice 10 or 15 years ago. And nowadays with AI, if you give it like an hour of a sample of your voice, you can get a really good AI rendition of your voice. People use them now to make spoof videos online. You make a video that sounds like, looks like and sounds like a person just from a few images and a few voice samples, half an hour or an hour of sample. Well, this woman, the only recording they had of her, they had an old VHS recording with the TV playing in the background and kids screaming in the room. They managed to get 8 seconds of clear audio. And for years she's been using like, what the fuck was he called? Brief History of Time. In the wheelchair, Professor Hawking, Stephen Hawking. She had a voice like his, a robot voice. But they've managed through this they managed to clean up 8-second sample from a VHS tape with a TV and screaming kids. They got 8-second sample of her voice and have built her an AI voice to replace her robot voice. And everyone who knew her 10, 12, 15 years ago, whenever it was, they're all convinced it sounds just like her. I think that's marvellous. That's what AI should be used for, not for answering your stupid Google search questions. That's remarkable. That is what AI is for. Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you got? What's going on? I don't even think that was you. Is that you, Tina? Tina's laid down looking asleep right here. And there was noise. I'm sure it's over there. I haven't got much in the way of a light. I left this on accidentally earlier, didn't I? I guess it could have been your tail against something. I thought it was more over there. Weird. Living in a field, folks, there's always movement, there's always something. The other day, when was that? Was that Sunday night? I didn't do a TrampCast on Sunday, but did I do a Hangout Sunday or Monday? And I heard footsteps behind me. And then there was a pair of glowing eyes in the field. When I shone a light, I had glowing eyes staring at me. And there was a cat in the distance. There's always movement, whether it's people. Sometimes people up to no good. Sometimes people just walking past. You get ripples in the fabric of the tent. There will be mice and rats and things in the field, hence the cats. Matey boy, the Spanish guy that fucked off a while ago, told me that there were snakes. Never seen one. Been here 3 years, never seen one. There's always noises. There's always movement. Sorry, I'm not trying to make it spooky and nobody's impressed by the lady getting her voice back, getting her computerized voice that sounds just like her. I thought that was tremendous. I thought that was the most fantastic. That's what AI should be used for. That's what it's for. Not for making spoof videos online, making comedy videos. That's a proper use. That's a proper purpose. Cheers, folks. Cheers to those of you that have hit the thumbs up button. We're not doing too bad. 24 at this stage in the proceedings. Probably different people cycling in and out. I know you don't stay with me all the way through, a lot of you. A lot of people just, I think they see the thumbnail and they come and have a look, see what's going on. But it must be used for positive things, says Josie. Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see it being used for something positive. Not putting anybody out of work. It's not replacing jobs. It's not causing alarm or harassment. It's not being used to con people. So many YouTube adverts are using AI voices to pretend to be Elon Musk or Joe Rogan or other famous people, like trying to advertise products or push scams. Why YouTube is so bad at weeding out scammy adverts. Yeah, no, nice to see AI being used for something really positive and literally giving that lady a voice, giving her voice back so she can speak to her children. They're grown up now, her children, just. But they haven't heard her proper voice since they were, 3 or 4. That's fantastic. From an 8-second, that's the part I can't get over. Out of this video recording of her, they managed to get a clear segment at 8 seconds. That's all they had that was clean enough and clear enough. VHS. Now. I mean, I can't even imagine putting a 20-year-old VHS tape in a machine and expecting it to work. Extracting audio and rebuilding someone's voice, to me that's incredible. Anyway, to all of you guys out there that have hit the thumbs up, thank you, and God bless you. Can I say that as a devout atheist? Good on you. We'll go with good on you. Can I say that as a non-Australian? A little bit of beer left in that can. Okay, folks. Any other? What about you guys? Have you seen any science or tech or other stories that appeal? I got one other that I remember. So, cheers. Just cheers. Okay, we can just say cheers. I can say cheers. Let me do that. I'll do that with the beer. Cheers. Tschüss. Salud. Kipis. We do you know the Spanish one? I've done this one before, I think. It's arriba, abajo, centro, pa dentro. Up, down, for the middle, and for the inside. Roughly speaking. I should finish that can because that beer's getting a little bit. It's a little bit stale. That one's been open. I opened that. Did I open it before the beginning of the show or a few minutes in? Have I got a replacement? I think I've got a replacement here. We'll open the replacement. We'll open the replacement. Karen's going to bed. Good night, Karen. Cheers to Karen, everyone. Superstar that she is. You know, quite quiet. Quite quiet. Just nice people walking past. Where was I, folks? One other story that I saw. So scientists have forever been trying to replicate or at least understand how life began. So imagine the Earth and these lakes that are like a soup of chemicals. And then there's like an asteroid impact or some event that forces chemicals closer together, smashes them together. And this is how we believe that, what are they called? The building blocks of proteins. Oh, I've lost the word. It's gone entirely. Anyway, we think that you get these chemicals, these chains of chemicals, and if you smash them together or you produce an impact and heat and pressure and the two join together and others can join and you get longer chains. And I'll remember the word eventually. But these building blocks of proteins, and then they become proteins, and then they become kind of RNA and or DNA is the hypothesis. But an experiment recently took a bunch of chemicals and did something similar and found that they spontaneously organized themselves into a structure similar to a cell. So these strings of molecules had an end that liked water and an end that didn't like water, something like that. The two ends with different behaviors. And if you put them together, they form like a circle. Well, initially a circle, but then kind of a three-dimensional circle, so a ball, with all of the things, with an outside that doesn't like water and an inside that does. And basically, it's like a cell. And I think it might be the beginnings. You've got this barrier on the outside, and then you've got on the inside something that wants water. And so they're looking at that and how these things just, the right chemicals in the right place at the right time, and it just spontaneously forms these shapes. Now the newspapers ran off and said that we'd created artificial life, and usually these things, the scientists stay calm and level, but the university PR department overhypes something, and then the newspapers pick up the overhyped press release and run with it and go even further at overhyping it. And so all these newspaper reports have gone off about artificial life and how we've created cells out of nowhere. And it's not quite right, but they're kind of sort of. We found a way that things will self-organize and become cell-like. They're not cells. And if you did the wrong thing, these things will spontaneously unorganized. Things like detergents or surfactants or something would cause them to just split apart. I guess in some circumstances cells will as well, but these are a lot more precarious, a lot more likely to just fly apart at will. Cell-like, but not cells. But we're getting a deeper and deeper understanding of stuff like that. But it's been a long time coming. I remember being a teenager and watching Horizon. Oh, so that's BBC Two back in the teenager, so 70s, maybe early 80s. And this guy was firing a cannon. He was, he, he had some chemicals on the end of basically the bullet or the cannonball or whatever he's firing in, and he's firing it into this mixture of this soup of, was it soup? It might have been more like sand. But he had these other chemicals there, and he was firing these, and the collision and the heat and the pressure and the impact, and he was showing that you start with small chemicals and you end up with longer and larger chemicals at the end of the bombardment. Tom fell off science and maths completely in year 8 or 9, so 14 or 15 maybe, 13, 14, 15. I've said in the past, chemistry, I don't know what happened. I must have missed a day or a week. I'd never had a week off school. I must have missed like an odd day. And I was lost with chemistry after that. People were talking about acids and bases and salts, and I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. And I can't have missed more. And now it's like dead obvious. Because base is a base metal, but no one said base metal, so I never made the connection. And chemistry lost me at that point. And from then on, once I was behind with it, I was the joker at the back of the class, just taking the piss all lesson. And then we elected what options we wanted to do later on, and that just, if you're no good at it, you don't carry on with it, do you? So that got dropped. Maths and physics I was great at. I loved, but you think it meant not debased. No, a base is a base metal. It's just a basic metal. It's an acid plus a metal gives you a salt plus water. Sometimes there's a hydrogen or something, or carbon dioxide or something given off, depending on what the acid is or was. Can't remember the specifics, but it's like sulfuric acid is H2SO4. So you've got hydrogens and you've got your sulfides or sulfates, your sulfur and oxygen, H2SO4. You put your metal in, and basically the metal replaces some of the hydrogen and oxygen, does it? To form a salt with the sulfur, or with the sulfate, and it gives you basically, if you remember, if you go with like copper and sulfuric acid, you get copper sulfate and water, and you leave it, that's the blue liquid that you leave in a like an agar, not an agar dish, but you put in a flat dish, don't you, with the top off, and over time the water evaporates and the crystals grow, the copper sulfate crystals. Yeah, some of the H2 and some of the H2O evaporates away, and the copper sulfate crystals grow. Acid plus base equals a salt plus water. Like I said, sometimes other elements, compounds. Don't ask me, I gave it up, I failed it. I never missed. I had to go to hospital once every 4 months or 6 months. I talked about my facial condition when I was a kid. I had to go to a hospital over in Sheffield, so 25 or so miles from Barnsley, I think. Another fucking insect just dropped out of the sky and landed on the table. Like dropped, not landed gently, just dropped. What is this shit? And it must have been something like that. I was very infrequently ill as a child. I got all of the mumps and German. Did we have German measles? No, chicken pox. I got all that basic stuff out of the way young. So at high school, I would have rarely been ill. So I don't know what it was. It's not like I missed weeks at some point. Must have been the odd day. And the main thing I can think of is these appointments to go and have my face x-rayed and 3D stereoscoped. Fucking white dots painted on there, and then a big frame put around my face. And, you know, some kind of early form of a 3D picture taken. Look at it. Obviously, something fucking wrong with it. But yeah, so somewhere I dropped out on chemistry. But am I going to remember these things that join together to make proteins? I'm not. I should look it up because otherwise it's going to annoy me. The building blocks of proteins are called... Where's Jack Attack when you need him? Building... No. There's a U goes in there somewhere. Building blocks of protein. Amino acids. You see, I fucking knew that. I knew that. Josie's off to bed. Good night, Josie. Hold on, we got to say cheers. Cheers to Josie, everybody, and see you in a couple of weeks. Well, obviously we'll chat in before then, but looking forward to seeing you again, you and Peter. Cheers to Josie and Peter. Amino acids, I knew that. That's only a little bit annoying, eh? Okay. And the only other science or health, I guess it would be more than science, related comment. The longest ever surviving quadruple heart bypass patient reached 40 years post-surgery. 40 years he survived after a quadruple heart bypass. That's fairly significant. I mean, most people would be, what, 40, 50, 60 when they have one. Well, most people that have one would be old already. He must have been fairly young when he had it, but I think he's in his 70s or 80s now, but he must have been young when he had it. But quadruple heart bypass. Yeah, it's 4 different arteries, isn't it, that need to be rerouted or reworked or bypassed. Blockages and things. So you either put in a whole new bit of pipe work and bypass that entire artery, or maybe a section of it's blocked and you branch off a part and come back in after the blockage. Quadruple heart bypass. But he had it 40 years ago. He's the first person to live 40 years afterwards. I don't know what the normal life expectancy would be after that. But yeah, the human body is pretty, well, the human body is fairly good. But if you can have a surgeon come in and add extra pipe work to to work around whatever issues you do get, that's going to help. Yeah. Ordinarily, you'd think that the scar tissue and the work of the surgeon going in might do more damage than the benefit you gain. Obviously, keeping you alive this week is usually the priority. Let's keep him alive now. He might not live to be 80, but he might make it to be 60, would be the normal kind of way of thinking. Let's say on a 45-year-old man. We don't want him to die this week, but if we can keep him alive until he's 60, that's better than nothing, isn't it? But if he then goes on to live to be 80, fuck, way to go. Well done you. Well done the guy and well done the surgeon. Well, the whole operating team. Fucking is that another insect or the same one? That's fucking annoying. just crashed into me twice, and now it's back here somewhere. What the fuck? It must be one of these insects that's flying around trying to follow the moon, and this is the only bright light around, because there is no moon still. Has the moon gone? Has it fallen out of the sky? Is there something wrong? Where's the moon tonight? Is that it? No, that's not it. That's someone's porch light or balcony light. I just, up in the air, I saw a bit of light, and I thought, it can't be over there already. It's not. Trying to look long distance through reading glasses, folks, doesn't work well. Things get blurry. I just saw some light high up. Someone's balcony. What a dickhead. I got it wrong again, folks. I got it wrong again. Strong Quartz. That's an interesting handle. Is there a real name there? I think that's my first time of experiencing you. Sending good vibes your way, says Strong Quartz. I can't quite see the avatar. It is a person. Well, it's a... I don't know about person. I don't think I can get a... No, I don't get an enlarged version when I click on it. I would have to click through to your channel, and that would end... I'd have to click through to your account, and that would end the stream. First time sender. It's a character from Star Wars, is it? Not the recent modern Star Wars. Is it like a purple-headed woman or something? What was that Coven of Witches called in the latest? I don't even know what the latest Star Wars... Sabine Wren. Is this like from the original books and things, from the stuff that's now decanonized, or is it from the modern TV series things that they keep churning out and that I gave up after the last trilogy. I gave up after Rey and whatever the black fella was called. It's a spin-off show. Oh, Star Wars Rebels. Okay, people rave about the cartoon. What was the last with the... Oh yeah, no, I did try watching it, but it was a bit too cartoons in my head. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. In my head, cartoons are for children. 3D animated show, yeah, but links to the Mandalorian. What was the last called with the big like circular cone, like cone-shaped things that come down her back, stripy, grey and white stripy things that, and everyone went wild when she appeared in the Mandalorian, and I was like, I don't know who that is or what that is. Oh, what the fuck? What's this? Weird insects all over me. Oh, Tom, what's Tom saying? Hold on. When I was out camping this summer, I'd found what I thought was a perfect shelter. 10 plus big spiders to ward off most bugs, a roof and a fire pit. Yeah, those big spiders, they might keep other insects and stuff. Well, I can't say other insects because spiders are not insects. Why? Because rule number 1, folks, if it ain't got 6 legs, it's not an insect. Which rules out, again, this movement. That must be you and your tail, Tina. I'm sure she's asleep. Oh, but something hits these plastic bottles. It must be her. You know how she runs in her sleep sometimes? Let me see, for the newcomers, I know we've got new people cycling in and out. See whether I can unplug that. Switch over to that. You won't be able to see her in this light, not quite. Give me a second and I'll do the... It's not on screen anymore, I have to scroll the little toolbar. Here she is. Here she is. Can you see her twitching? Oh, I don't think you can anymore. I might have woken her up with a light. She was just twitching. That's her running in her sleep. Yeah, look. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. Hello, baby. Take you to bed soon, eh? She's asleep, folks. She's asleep. Do I need to plug the power back in? Oh, I think that says 89%. I think we can leave the power off for a while. Maybe plug it into the tablet. I only have the one USB-C to USB-C cable. No, that's a lie. I don't. I've got a second. One came with the tablet. I've left it in the box because I've only got one USB-C port on the EcoFlow. Maybe I should buy a new... Do you know, does anyone remember when I had a... You know, the cigarette lighter port? The car 12-volt port? I had a thing that plugged in and gave me 2 extra USB ports. Maybe I should get one that gives me USB-C ports instead. That would be more future-proof. Sooner or later, the standard USB-A ports on the EcoFlow. Let me show you the EcoFlow for people that don't know. So here's my EcoFlow, folks. I don't know how well. Does that? Can you read? I don't know if you can read the numbers on the center there. The 29 it says on the left. Oh, you bugger. Let me reach in. On the left, the 29 is how many hours it can carry on powering things at the current rate. The 87 in the middle is 87% charged. 0 watts in, 9 watts currently coming out. But you see on the left there's a cigarette lighter port, the big round circle. Well, actually there's a bigger round circle over there. That's a standard 220 volt port, 220. Yeah, 220 volts. Is it 50 or 60 hertz in Spain? I can never remember. But there's only the center under the light there, with that flashing light. The port under that is USB-C, and the other two are USB-A. USB-A to C cables, but USB-A ports. But you see this one on the left. You see that one? You see the stress, the circular kind of barrel thing there that's supposed to protect the end from stress, but then you can see the cables inside. Thing's knackered. Cables are shit. All cables are shit. I said this the other day about if ever you're a prepper, if you're preparing for the apocalypse, folks, just go get yourself cables. You're gonna need cables. However many cables you think you need, just multiply it by 10. You're just gonna need more cables. It's a bit like on Jaws where he says we're gonna need a bigger boat. You're gonna need more cables. However many you think you need for the first month after the apocalypse, you're going to need 3 times more. And then just start multiplying by however many months you think you want to survive after the apocalypse. If it goes on for more than a year, you're going to need about 40 times more cables than you originally thought. Cables are shit. All cables, power cables, USB cables, data cables, fucking cables. That's shit. That's as eloquent as I get. Mace Windu. No, I wasn't thinking of Mace Windu. I was thinking of... He's an English actor, isn't he? And they did him bad. It looked, in the first one, it looked like he was going to have a relationship with Rey. And then they went and rewrote it all so that she fell for the bad boy. She fell for Darth Vader's grandson, maybe. Yeah, Leia's son, whatever he was. I don't remember the names of them. Honestly, I hated that whole trilogy. I'll tell a lie. I thought the first one was lining things up I was disappointed in the first one of the trilogy, the Disney Star Wars trilogy. I was disappointed in it, but I thought, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're lining things up, you know, for the next few films. And it turned out they weren't. They didn't know what they were doing with it or where they were going with it. They were chopping it and changing it and rewriting it on the fly while filming shit. And then they were reworking posters in order to advertise in China, because China don't like the black fellas. So they had to reduce this guy and just move him out the way. And I guess maybe that's when they moved him out of the storyline. They'd got him lined up as if he was about to have a relationship with Rey. And they backtracked from that because that would have affected China and some of the other Middle East countries as well. I don't even remember the name of the character, the black fella. So then I'm looking like a racist talking about the black fella, the black fella. Somebody help me out. Give us a name. It wasn't Mace Windu, no. It was Strong Quotes just came to say great vibes. Hope you're doing well. We're okay here. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Maybe see you another time. Clan Vizsla, if you're interested. I'd have to look that up. Maybe I'll give it a go one day, because people that like Star Wars rave about that particular series. I just tried it and it seemed a bit too, well, for a start it was too fast paced. It was too childish for me. But maybe I can watch it and take something from it. Maybe I'll give it a go one day. It's probably on my hard drive that I currently can't access until I get... I don't need to own a laptop to get access. I need to plug it into a laptop for 5 minutes. You know when you plug a pen drive into a laptop and it says, oh, there's a file allocation error. Do you want me to correct it? Yes, please. When I plug that into my phone, it says, oh, error detected. Can we wipe it? No, you can't fucking wipe it. There's 250 gigabytes used on... No, you're not formatting my fucking hard drive just because there's an error. Just repair it, you bastard. Android won't. I think they'd have to pay Microsoft some licensing fees for FAT or XFAT or whatever the modern... It might even be NTFS. I'm not even sure what format it is. More than likely it's XFAT, Extended File Allocation Table. I don't recall. I don't know what option I picked when I formatted it. It worked with what I had at the time. Don't know, folks. Oh, it's jumping. The chat's jumping still. Tom was too close to still water, so mosquitoes were full of... Oh, mosquitoes and stink bugs. That's not good. Tried feeding them to the spiders, but they were not interested. There was Strong Quotes off to bed. There was Tom suggesting Mace Windu. No, that wasn't the one I was thinking of. Soul Mining, hello. Steve, if I remember right, unless I've got the wrong one again. There's 3 people I keep guessing as Steve, but I think it's Soul Mining. Somebody tell me the name of the black fella in the Star Wars trilogy, the last 3 films. Because I'm sick of saying the black fella. I'm sitting here I think I sound racist. I know I'm not. Despite saying that word a few weeks ago. Well, a few times over the last few weeks. I'm not saying it today. You can relax. Rey and Kylo Ren is the Darth Vader grandson. Princess Leia and Harrison Ford's kid, whatever Harrison Ford's called, Han Solo. Kylo Ren. That's where you get your Reylos from. Kylo, Rey and Lo, Reylo. For people that do shipping, are we aware of shipping, folks? Shipping is where you imagine two characters are in a relationship, hence shipping. And a lot of real fucking weirdos in the Star Wars world decided that that Rey and Kylo, so Reylo, should be in a relationship. They didn't just decide that the characters in the film should be in a relationship. They decided that the actress and actor had to get together in real life, despite the fact they were both in other relationships. And these people were fucking mad for it. They were crazy. They were like, they threatened, I can't remember the actor's name that played Kylo Ren. Tall, gangly fellow with a bit of an ugly face, but somehow everybody fancies him, and I don't understand it. He doesn't look like a good-looking guy to me, but what do I know? Anyway, they decided these people should be, to the extent his real-life wife was getting death threats because people wanted Daisy Ridley, the actress that played Rey, and the guy that played Kylo Ren, whose name is beyond me. I don't think I've ever seen him in anything else, so... But people were so mad that the real-life actress and the real-life actor should get together. They were threatening his wife. Reylos, they were called. Real fucking crazy. The Mandalorian series is decent. Is still running? I liked Mandalorian season 1 and 2 up to the Luke Skywalker moment was, I've gone off it a little bit since, I was in tears. 35 years in the fucking making to see Luke Skywalker as a full-on badass Jedi Knight walking through those death robots, whatever the fuck they were called. It was the most fantastic thing. And then he comes through the door and he's got his lightsaber pointing down. And the Mandalorian turns to him and he says, "Are you a Jedi?" And everyone's screaming. You're in your head. You're screaming, "Mate, that's not a Jedi. That's the Jedi. Luke Skywalker, killer of 2 Death Stars, and the Emperor Palpatine, and Darth Vader. The man blew up 2 Death Stars, killed the evil Emperor, and killed Darth Vader." You can look at whether he killed him or whether he turned him back from the dark side to the light as he died. Are you a Jedi Knight? No, mate. He's the fucking Jedi Knight. I had tears streaming down my fucking face. I spent that entire... Well, it was a few days before Christmas from what I remember. I spent that entire Christmas holiday watching people on YouTube reacting to that moment. This thing of watching other people watching these incredible moments of TV or film. Are you a Jedi Knight? No, man. He's the fucking Jedi Knight. And Disney did not take the fucking hint. Disney, who'd gone so woke over the fucking years, they had this incredible moment. Everybody online was saying, "Disney, you have our attention. Disney, we're watching. We're with you." And then Disney went and sacked Gina Carano, scrapped that entire Cara Dune character. Whole TV series that were scheduled to come out featuring that character were this was a company that was so woke, they'd got this TV series featuring a lead female character. They're so woke they fired their lead female and scrapped a TV series that was going to be about a whole bunch of female characters. The left will eat itself was kind of they had the entire Star Wars community at their fucking fingertips, ready. 35 years or more since, what was it called? Return of the Jedi. 35 years since the Return of the Jedi to the Mandalorian. And Luke Skywalker comes and does his fucking thing. And you're all there, the entire fucking Star Wars world. All the fans that had been disappointed by that last trilogy. But we were all there and avidly looking for where does it go from here. And then they fucked it with the Gina Carano sacking. The last never even did anything wrong. Nothing she said was what they said it was. They sacked her and said that she was a dirty fucking Holocaust denier and anyway. Loads of you probably got no idea what I'm talking about. But I was, what was I, 8 or 9 when Star Wars happened. I didn't see the first one at the pictures. I don't even think, I think I saw them on TV, 1 and 2, and then I went and I saw Return of the Jedi at the pictures, which was probably the weaker of the 3, because of the cute teddy bears. It was a little bit, I was a little bit disappointed with Return of the Jedi because of the Ewoks. I thought they were a little bit childish, but it was an alright story for what it was. You had that whole story, you had the second Death Star getting blown up, you had all of that. But 35 years waiting for Luke Skywalker. And then it happened. Tears streaming down my face all through that Christmas period. Mark Hamill, who it turns out is a bit of a prick, but he tweets one day, didn't he? This was... after it had been aired on wherever it was aired, I don't know whether it was on Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever it was, whatever Mandalorian, I was sailing the high seas. Maybe, I'm not sure. If it was on Netflix, I might have had Netflix still at the time. Anyway, Mark Hamill tweets, anything good on TV last night? And I had no idea what it was on about. And then I went and watched it. Yeah. They had us. We were there. We were in the palm of your hands, Disney. We were in the palm of your hands. You had our attention. And you just went so woke that you're going to go fucking broke. It literally is a matter of time before Disney is finished. Can you hear this? It's a big insect. I don't know what it is, but it's gone into the tennis racket of death and it's cooking piece by piece. I'm going to have to clean the tennis racket of death after. It's the one thing just sat there. I think the 50,000 volts must take time to accrue, to gather, to recharge the capacitors. So you get that snap, crackle, pop, and then it comes back. Dragonfly, it might be another one of those green, I think Josie said a shield bug or a green shield bug. Might be another one of those. Or it might just be I'm not sure. Why is my nose itching? I must be allergic to the cooking vapors from the fly. See if you can I'll see if I can zoom in for you on the body in question. Only problem is when I try and enlarge more, no, I don't know if you can see that. That's all I can see. There's a body and there's some wings. I don't think, is that, it might not be one of those beetles. It looks like it might be green though, so it might be. There's another one, very similar, up, where's that? There. I don't know, folks. Oh, sorry. Hand over the camera when I switched back. Trained internet professional, folks. Professional YouTuber. That has passengers on board. Yeah. There's stuff going off there. It's still cooking. It's still going. There are other things. I think because there's no moon. My bright lantern over here. That my little lantern. I think I've got on full brightness. I'm not. Let me test. Yeah, that's full. It's only got 4 settings including off. 3 brightness levels and an off switch. The only other settings are for whether you want it to come on automatically at dusk. Yeah, and turn off at dawn. You can have it, and it has a solar panel on top, so it can be recharged by USB. Only A to C. Proper USB-C won't work with it because it hasn't got the right. Is it resistors or capacitors? There's some kind of signaling goes on with USB-C to tell it what charge to accept. This just expects the wire to be hot. Mike's Insect Cafe open late night morning. Yeah, I don't. What time is it? Just let me look. It is 1:45 or thereabouts, and 2 PayPal donations. I think. Yeah, because they're both. That was Terry being naughty. That was the one last night, folks. There's an alert or notification. I hope I'm still live. I have got other stuff in front of me. I can bring down the notifications. I have to be careful not to touch them or it can end the stream. This was my tweet last night. Hashtag Torrevieja, 26 degrees, which is about 80 Fahrenheit. I think I work out my Fahrenheits myself. I don't look them up on the internet, so they might be approximate. 26 degrees, that's 80 Fahrenheit, feels like 29 degrees, 85 Fahrenheit, at 5 AM. What is this? Question mark. Yeah, I wasn't happy. Those kind of temperatures at fucking 5 in the morning. So like an hour after that, or an hour and a half, the sun's going to start coming up, it's going to start getting warmer again. That's as cool as it got all fucking night. Fuck. There's no aircon in the tent or in the field. The only aircon is to sit out here, and at certain times of day or night, insects. The flies get very bitey about 2 hours before sundown, and about half an hour after dawn. They're very bitey first thing in the morning and last thing at night. And then hopefully you can just sit out in the field without being bothered too much by them after half an hour or so after the sun goes down. And the cicadas at the minute, well, not at the minute, they're quiet. As soon as it goes dark, the cicadas shut up. Half an hour after first light, probably before the sun's actually up. The cicadas are oh man. If you get one of them in a complex, they're loud. But if you've got a whole fucking collective noun for insects, I don't know, it's not a flock. If you get a whole, that's not a herd, give me a collective noun for insects, folks. Swarm. I'm going to go with swarm, even though they're going to be on the ground, in the trees and in the field, in the bushes. It's very vibrant here at the minute. All of the bushes and trees are in full bloom. very, and it's an invasive species with big pink and yellow flowers that they grow like these giant blackberries. But they're not one berry. If you pick them, it explodes into each little, I think they're called drop sacks, are they? The individual baubles within a berry. It better not be. Oh, no, someone different. Okay. Soul mining. Steve, if I remember correctly. There were 3 people I was calling Steve at one point because I was confused. I might. Thank you, my friend. Weren't you leaving? No, who left? I thought you were going. Oh, I got the wrong one. I always get the wrong one. Even correct, Mike. Okay, that was when I guessed it was Steve first time around. Trans Wars be the next from Disney. They've already had it. What was the tribe of fucking witches? So here's where Star Wars has gone now, folks. So, Darth Vader, Skywalker, what was his real name? Not his real name, but before he became Darth Vader, he was... Fuck. I hate it when my brain does this. Anyway, if you remember, when they met him in the first of the prequels on Tatooine, wasn't it? And they asked his mum, where's his father? Oh, he hasn't got one. And everyone thinks, oh yeah, okay, divorced, separated, one night stand, whatever. No. The fucking midi-chlorians or whatever just invented him. They impregnated her out of midair. He's the son of a space ghost. Basically, what? Jesus? We're going immaculate conception. Well, it turns out that the Jedi could do this on request or on demand. And this fucking band of space witches on some island. This is the latest TV series they did, or one of the latest TV series. What was the chant? Not one is many. They had this chat anyway. The band of space witches decided that somebody should get pregnant and have a force child, and it comes out as force twins, and one almost kills the other, and there's a good one and a bad one, and they can do this now on demand. If a group of evil Jedi women get together. It's comic. I haven't watched this. I heard other people summarize the plot, and it was so bad, I wasn't going anywhere near it. Was its name Mary? Fuck. Honestly, the Force can create the spontaneous pregnancy, immaculate conception within women, and not just the Force, but a bunch of space witches can get together and cause this to happen on demand. This is how woke Disney have gone with... I can't talk about it because I'll swear and say words that I'm not allowed to say. People like Nerdrotic, I have kind of stopped watching Friday Night Tights, and indeed nowadays I broadcast opposite Friday Night Tights, don't I? I compete with Friday Night Tights, and they're 20,000 viewers. But Nerdrotic and people like that, Critical Drinker, have ripped these stories apart, taken the piss out of them at length. Apparently there was a good Star Wars spin-off TV series recently, and it's a prequel one that goes right back to before times, and it was actually about how the how it became an empire. I can't remember what do you call America? No, I know you call America America. Something with the president has a word. Not federal, not federation. Oh fuck, my head. But yet, critical drinker and nerdrotic, doomcock, people like that have ripped these series apart. There has been one decent TV series from the Star Wars franchise. We were talking before about the Mandalorian, which was okay up until the end of the second season. If you want to be American, series if you're British. 3 apparently went off the rails again. I don't know. I haven't watched it. I thought Grogu was cute. Baby Yoda. But I don't know, folks. I don't know where they're going with that. To me, Disney Republic, thank you, there is indeed a word. Yeah. I couldn't get there. How the Republic was lost and became an empire. That's what the series. I don't recall what the latest TV series was called, but that's what that was about. And apparently it was very good. There was a little bit. It started strong. There was a little bit of a wobble in the middle, and people were getting a little bit worried. But then it had a fantastic last couple of episodes apparently. So I'm told. I haven't seen it myself. So I'm told by people like Gary at Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker, people whose opinions I generally rely on or accept. Don't always agree with everything, but yeah. But Disney, you only have to look at the Snow White and the Little Mermaid and all of their other real life reworkings of their animated classics. What was the Chinese girl that ran around pretending to be a boy in the army? Or whatever that was called. I never saw the cartoon, so I don't remember what the thing's called. But they've all been a disaster in terms of box office and in terms of storyline. There's this thing that girls can do no wrong. So you end up with a girl boss. We had this in Star Wars. I'll go back to the one, Rey in The Force Awakens, the first of the Disney trilogy. She lived in a scrapyard on some backwater planet as a kid. Like abandoned. Her parents had gone off and been killed or lost or whatever. So she scavenged around in a scrapyard. So that means that when she discovers the fucking Millennium Falcon, she's better at repairing it than Han Solo and Chewbacca, who's been running around in the thing for 30 or 40 fucking years. She's a better pilot than them and better at the guns than them. She'd never picked up a fucking lightsaber. And when she did, she starts having a battle against Kylo Ren, Princess Leia and Han Solo's son. Basically the next generation Darth Vader. A fully trained but evil Sith Lord. And she holds her own, having never picked up a sword and having any training ever. Instant Mary Sue girl boss, can do no wrong. I'm better than you because I'm a woman. The Force is female. No mistakes, no training needed, no... The hero's story arc is usually a boy's own tale, we used to call them. It's a story as old as time. Boy, something happens. He's forced into an adventure. He doesn't select it or seek it. Someone kills his parents or kidnaps his mum or something. And he has to go and fight the bad guy. He has to go. He meets somebody, he gets trained, he makes mistakes, he fucks up, he messes up badly, he picks the wrong enemy, And then eventually they make friends, and then they go off, and there's this up and down, this roller coaster ride of a journey. He'll lose a fight against the bad guy, lose badly, get injured, have to go off and heal and repair, and more training, and meet a master who can teach him more. There's this whole arc. No, not with Rey. Meets Han Solo and Chewbacca, gets the Millennium Falcon, better at repairing it than them, better at driving it and flying it than them, better at firing the guns than them, better with a lightsaber than the fucking new age Darth Vader. And off she goes and wins, and it's like, the fuck? I'm losing audience, I think, because I'm ranting about woke and anti-woke. Disney's lost the plot. They spent billions to buy Star Wars because they were getting too much of a reputation for the Disney princess stuff. It was a very girl-centric brand. So they bought Marvel and Star Wars so that they could have some guy stuff. And what do they do with it straight away? Turn it into girl stuff. The fuck? Now I'm not just racist, now I'm sexist. I still can't remember the name of the black character. I got to look this up, folks, because this is going to drive me balmy. I can't remember the name of the English actor. He kind of got a London accent. And I can't remember the name of the character. Do you think I can just type black guy in Star Wars? Now even my search history is racist. No, not Lando. No. John Boyega, Finn. I would have never remembered Finn. And I've known people called Finn, but they were Irish and white. John Boyega is the actor. And the character is Finn. That's the one I was thinking of. I'm not racist. I have black friends. Huckleberry Finn. I'll be your Huckleberry. Just died recently. Iceman. I can't remember his name either now. I'm terrible at this. Top Gun. Iceman. Give us a clue. His autobiography was called I'll Be Your Huckleberry, or I'm Your Huckleberry. I don't even know what a huckleberry is. I assume it's an actual berry, like a blackberry or whatever. Terry just got back. The Women's Institute is with you. They'll all drink Bud Light whilst viewing. Oh fuck! What was that? What was that weeb called? What the fuck? Oh, Dylan Mulvaney. Yeah. I guess each to their own, but they're not my group. I don't know. I don't think I've ever met a trans person. I'm not sure I've ever seen one in real life. Bumped into a bunch of transvestites in a bar one night. Had an okay night. They were a nice bunch of lads. A little uncomfortable in the toilets. Standing next to them at the urinal. I don't know. I'm trying to think now of the name of the comedian. But bit of a mega man, really. Ran all those marathons. He did like 30 marathons in 28 days or something daft. Can't remember his name. He always said he was a transvestite, and that he wasn't gay, he was just a transvestite. He just liked ladies' clothes. Now he says he's trans and into blokes. So has he developed over time? Or was he lying all those years? Was he lying to himself or to us? Can't remember his name. Somebody maybe help me. We got any breaks? Val Kilmer was the Iceman, yeah. Yeah, he did play the Jim Morrison, lead singer of the Doors. Yeah, really good performance from what I'm told. I don't think I've ever seen it. Eddie Izzard, thank you, Steve. Yeah, I mean, his charity work and the running of those marathons, I remember when he did that. And he had less than a week's training. He went to like some British Medical Foundation or something, or British Athletic Foundation. He said, look, I'm going to go and run like 28 marathons in 30 days. I maybe want a day off halfway through. Something like that. I can't remember the exact number. We can look it up later maybe. And he went to me and they said, okay. And how much, you done lots of like hill running and fell running, and you done half marathon? No, I've not run in my fucking life. And they're like, no. And he said, yeah, I'm doing it. He said, I've been running the last week or so, and yeah, we're going to go do it. And they're putting through a battery of medical tests and cleared him to do it. I mean, he must have had to have some insurance or something. But to do marathons in consecutive days, I've run the odd marathon. I've done plenty of half marathons. I did cross country running at school and just after as a kid. But to set off to do marathon after marathon after marathon, it's crazy. And with literally, if I said no training, that's not literally true. He did a little bit for like a week or two beforehand, but it's not like he ran marathons and then went off to run multiple marathons. He was a very funny comedian. I'm talking in the past tense like he's dead. Well, I guess he is dead to me now. It's dead naming to call him, whatever his name was, Eddie Izzard. He's probably called Vera or something now. Who's your favourite comedian? Oh man, I watched the Scottish fella. He was a bit tubby. Went to see him at Lancaster Theatre. Oh, I can't even remember his best jokes. I've been out of the country so long, I haven't seen any British comics. You got the guy who tells all the extreme jokes, all the paedophile kind of jokes. Oh, you'd have to give me some names to pick from. You got Tim Vine. I like his one-liners when he does like hundreds of jokes, just one after the other after the other. Oscar's got to go. Take care. Kisses to Tina. Woof woof right back at you, but she is she's fast asleep at the minute. She's bored with me, like probably most of you are. But I was thinking Jimmy Carr, and who was the other Carr? Jimmy Carr, and he's a very gay one, isn't he? The other Carr. His dad was a football manager. Carr. Jimmy Carr, and there's another Carr. Jimmy Carr's great. Jerry Sadovich. American, maybe. I don't think I'm that familiar. Jerry Sadovich. Oh, it's jumped back. Where are we? I'm sure your subs counter has a paperclip stuck in it. It's been at 1.63 for over a week. Yeah, I'm going backwards now. I'm going backwards, mate. Yeah, it's every time I do a video, I lose 2 new subscribers. Yeah, we were actually on, I think a week ago, I hit 1,642. At the end of the last stream, might have been Sunday, might have been Monday, can't quite remember. I hit 1,642, and I was impressed that we'd got over the 1640 up to 42, and now it's 1639 or something at the, or it was at the start of this one. By the time I'm finished, I'm sure I'll have it back down around 1,500. Fuck knows. It might be the N-word stuff. I don't know. It might just be. I had a large growth in subscribers a month or so ago, maybe 6 weeks ago now. They might just be pruning bots and things. Doug Stanhope. These names are unfamiliar to me. Scottish. Hold on. Jerry Sadovich, Scottish. Walked on stage dressed as Jimmy Savile. Fuck, that's brave. I could see the humour in it, but fuck, that takes some doing. I hope he didn't come on the bus beforehand. Imagine getting on the bus. Jangle, jewelry. Fuck. Kevin, I was thinking of Kevin somebody or other. Kevin. Scottish. Bit plump. Bit chunky. Kevin Bridges. Kevin Bridges. Saw him in Lancaster. Yeah, Kevin Bridges, thank you. Yeah. Who was the guy? It's not that I picture him. I can, and I've got a couple of the jokes. His name's not going to come to me. Torch, power of 1,000. Was it power of 1,000,000 candles? And togs, duvet and togs. Togs. How many togs do you want on your quilt? I don't know. Maybe 500,000. No, you're thinking of torches again, aren't you? What's his name? Richard Pryor was very out there, yeah, but I mean, his life, oof. The beginning of his life, his childhood. Not great. Very funny, very out there, very, at the end of his life as well, though, yeah? Didn't he pour petrol on himself and set himself on fire? Got the right one? I think that was him as well, wasn't it? Living above a brothel, or in a brothel. In the same room while his mum's working. Set himself on fire while high on crack. Wow. Jesus. Makes me think, what was it? Hear no evil, see no evil. That was one of his films, wasn't it? Yeah, no, not good. Not a great. Whoa, is that you awake, sweetheart? You've turned around, have you? When did you do that? She's laying on the floor the opposite way around. Rod Gilbert. Torch, a power of 1,000,000 candles. How many tugs do you want on your duvet? Oh, I don't know. Maybe 250,000? No, 14. Okay. Tug, what the fuck's a tug? Yeah, yeah. Hear No Evil, See No Evil with Gene Wilder. He did a few films with Gene Wilder. Was the Hear No Evil, See No Evil? That was the one where one of them was played up being blind. Is it the same film where one of them Gene Wilder blacked up? Maybe you can get away with that nowadays. And then a few years later, we had Lenny Henry whiting up, didn't we? Is that a phrase, to white up? Lenny Henry did a film where he disguised himself as a white man. Could you get away with that nowadays? I'm not sure. I don't know what you can do now. We got to get rid of all this crap. Anybody should be able to do anything. Nowadays, you can't play a disabled person unless you're actually fucking disabled. How the fuck is anyone going to play Superman if they can't fly in real life? This all started, what was it that, Laurence Olivier, what was it that he said to Dustin Hoffman while they were making, name of the film, guys, Drilling Teeth to Torture. Laurence Olivier was the bad guy, Dustin Hoffman was the one getting his teeth drilled. And Dustin Hoffman's like one of these, what do you call them? They don't act. If he has to play someone who's starved for 3 days, not had any food, he won't eat for 3 days so that he can pretend. There's a word for that, isn't there? Where you're doing it's not character acting. What's it called? But he's one of those. So he had to do this thing where he'd been like starved for a week, so he just didn't eat for a fucking week. And Laurence Olivier turned to him and said one day, Marathon Man, yeah. Laurence Olivier turned to him one day and he says, perhaps you should try acting. You've got to play a guy that hasn't eaten for a week. Don't actually starve for a fucking week. Just act. And there was a similar story about Ian McKellen, about someone wanted to play a gay character, but I'm not gay. Well, just act, boy. Just act. The world's going crazy. The Pink Panther dentist scene. The inspector with the eye going crazy, with the eye twitching. Was that Herbert Lom? Matey Boy's boss. Inspector Clouseau's boss. He was always having nervous twitches because of the stress of being Clouseau's boss. Herbert Lom was a great actor. Great name as well. I got no idea. I assume that must be like, what? Hungarian or Eastern European in some way, that the derivation of that name. It's Lom, Herbert Lom. I don't know for sure. I'm guessing. Polish, Romanian, Hungarian. I don't know. Jack Attack. By the way, hello, mate. I saw you. I didn't see you arrive, but I saw your message there. Yeah. Rod Gilbert and his, was it an award-winning pork pie that he went off about? Really? What awards it won? When? Tell me about this award. What competition was it? Christian Bay's another one. Yeah. Did anyone tell me the name of that type of acting? Stanislav was the founder of that type of acting. Stanislav. Method acting. I got there before the lot of you. Fuck you. Fuck you and your fact-checking, Jack Attack. I just know shit. You did get Marathon Man before me. Yeah. I was Silver Streak. Was that the one where he was... Which was that one? Method acting. I got there before the fucking lot of you. Stanislav. I remembered Stanislav somehow before I got the words fucking method acting. I don't know how my brain works or doesn't work sometimes, folks. I astound myself. There's nobody here anymore. There's only two of you here. There's Jack Attack and Soul Searching, and everyone else is gone. Soul Mining. Soul Searching. Sorry, mate. There's Steve and Jack. Everyone else is gone. We've lost all the audience. Empire of the Sun. Empire of the Sun makes me think of Japan. Am I off the mark? I don't know that I know it. These method check breaching. Okay, so I was in the right area. I didn't get the right country. Christian Bale, yeah, where he lost all the weight. Just try acting, son. Just try acting. We need soul searching. We do. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of great actors, and it's as you get older and these guys pass and go. People like Herbert Lom and oh, who else? Yeah, well, just a lot. So many. And at that, my mind goes blank, and I can't name any old actors. We've still got Clint Eastwood, haven't we? Just. He's on his way out, I think. Has he announced? Is that just me making that up, or has he announced he's got something? I think he's got cancer. I might be. He's well into his 90s. I don't know how far into his 90s. Jack Nicholson's still going. Who was the guy we just lost? He'd retired from acting. Gene Hackman. We lost Gene Hackman fairly recently. This year, I think. That was... You are live. We're reconnected. You might not even have noticed we've gone, the two of you. I'm gonna... Is that number? Are you guys seeing the same? Is there just the two of you? Are you seeing two on the thing? If everyone's gone, I'm gonna draw a line under it, folks. I'm not. There's no point sitting there just talking to two of you. No offense. No offense to the two of you. Is it just has the counter dropped because we lost connection? Wiped out in a hotel room. It sounds like both him and his wife both had Alzheimer's, and one died. The other one didn't do anything about it. Carried on living there for another week, maybe. Dogs died in the bathroom, I think, didn't they? Somebody said dogs died locked in the bathroom, maybe. They had multiple dogs. I'm not sure if one survived, but that was that's a very tragic ending. I think the first thing I ever saw with him in was The Invaders. Yeah, I looked up Yul Brynner not long ago for some reason. He was disliked by other actors. He was a very disliked guy on set, Yul Brynner, which surprised me. He was a dancer and a singer and dancer, wasn't he, mainly? Don't know how he got the hard man reputation. Got the gig with the Westworld and Seven Samurai. Based on Seven Samurai. What's that called? Magnificent Seven. I didn't even know that we'd had a remake of that, folks. I saw a few weeks ago that there was a remake of the Magnificent Seven. I knew nothing about it. Somehow I've it avoided my attention altogether. French Connection with Gene Hackman, fantastic film. And what was the other one? The one about about the state spying on everybody, and he was trying to avoid them, and he was basically living inside a Faraday cage, and he had all the electronics, and it was all set to explode if they came to find him. Like an early version of Person of Interest, but can't remember what that was called. Gene Hackman, though, in the when you see him in The Invaders, you see what a big bloke he was. Gene Hackman he was a unit. He was a big guy, broad, wide. Somehow I didn't notice that in other films. I do love The Invaders, though, from the 60s. With architect David Vincent. For him, it began on a deserted road one night. I don't know. So many old actors have gone. Have we still got Roy Thinnes? Is he still with us? The guy off The Invaders. I'm going to have to look that one up myself. You guys are not going to know. You probably don't even know who he is. There was also Richard Bradford from Man in a Suitcase. That was another. I loved a lot of those old 60s TV series, like... Oh, God, you look at my head again. The Guy on the Run. Harrison Ford did a film remake, but before that, there was a TV series in the 60s. The one-armed man that kills his wife. What's that series called? What was the film called? I'm going to look up Roy Thinnes. He's probably passed by now. N-E-S, I think. Is he still with us? Holy fuck. He's 87 years old. Wow, I had no idea he was still with us. That's kind of mind-blowing. And then, who was the other one that I said? Wasn't Ray Bradford. That's a writer. Somebody Bradford, Man in a Suitcase. Oh, guys, you've set me off on one now. I did want to say Ray Bradford. Yeah, there's the plot. What's the actor cast? Richard Bradford. And now I've got to do the other one, haven't I? I've got to find out the one-armed man. And then I've got to find out the TV series and then the name of the actor. You guys are probably shouting at me in The Fugitive. Fucking hell, you're all there, look. Enemy of the State was indeed the Gene Hackman hiding from the state, hiding from the spying. 4 watching, yeah, 5. I think the counter might have lost it when I had one of these disconnects. Somehow we ended up like down on nothing, even though there were clearly people here. It's climbing back. Folks, if you are just joining us, I am just off on one at the minute. We're reminiscing about actors in old TV series and films. I'm just trying to remember the name of the actor out of the Fugitive TV series. I got a feeling he had like a Scandinavian sounding name, but I can't. Not Harrison Ford, the TV series. Here we go. I'll pick the TV series, not the... Richard Kimball, blah blah, yeah. Cookies, accept, decline. Crime, drama, thriller. Cast! Where's the fucking cast? What? David Jansen. Yeah, there you go, with 2 S's and an E-N. David Jansen. Was it the same actor who played... Oh, it's like an X-Files thing. Nightcrawler. It's the same. I'm fairly sure it's the same actor. Hold on, David Johnson. Let me click on him and then see what else he was in. You go down a rabbit hole here, folks. This is my life when I get online. Now I've got to go all through everything he was ever in, looking to see whether I've even got the right bloke and the right... It looks like I might not have. It's like an X-Files, but obviously 30 years beforehand. There was a Quetzalcoatl one. That was an early one. The Night... I'm going to go Nightcrawler. Is anyone in chat? Has anyone got there before me? Ray Bradbury was an author, yeah, that's why this other bloke had a different name. Richard Bradbury, Man in a Suitcase. Remember the sci-fi series called V? I do. Singer, Mark Singer, and Jane Badler was the baddie, wasn't she? Mark with a C. Mark Singer. Never seen him in anything else. Now, I got to try and work out who else I was just thinking of. I'm going to go Nightcrawler. But there's a, not Banachek, that was George Peppard as a insurance investigator. Loved Banachek, great series. George Peppard, we've lost him, haven't we? He was a great actor in his youth. Again, pissed people off on set, pissed directors and producers off. So his career faded because he just couldn't get on with people. If I type Nightcrawler, not the film, I want a TV series. Am I remembering something wrong? That doesn't look like what I'm thinking of. Not a film, not recent. No, all you can get out of the way. TV series. It might not have been called that. That might have been one episode or one film. Oh, I hate this. I've not got the right word. Night Caller, Night Stalker, Night... I should check chat in case you guys got there before me. Midnight Cowboy, was that not Ryan O'Neal? Midnight Cowboy. I'm not great on films and stuff. Hold on, stepped out for a sec. What actor? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm trying to remember a 50s or 60s TV series. It's like the X-Files. It's a guy, he's a reporter, and he goes out and there's different episodes, and there's a Quetzalcoatl, which is like a god. It's like a pterodactyl, basically, flying around in a city, picking people off. There were vampires, there was all sorts. Nightcrawler, Night Stalker, Night... Don't know. Did I don't think I typed Nightcrawler. What about Night Stalker? I thought it was David Jensen. I thought it was the same guy, but... I don't know, folks. I'm no good at this. If you've seen my brain makes half connections but doesn't... Did I go with Stalker last time? Is it Crawler I need to go with? Kolchak. Here we go. The Night Stalker. Why did that not come up before? Kolchak, the Night Stalker. Kolchak's the character. The Night Stalker was a TV series. 70s. That can't be the same thing. McGavin. Died in 2006. Darren McGavin. Okay, I had the wrong actor. Darren McGavin, Night Stalker, and it was in the 70s. Never. I would have never placed that. Wasn't it in black and white? I thought it was in black and white. Who knows, folks? Fuck. I'm boring you all off with my my reminiscences about weird, outlandish TV series. But it was definitely Chris Carter from the X-Files, the guy behind the X-Files, said it was one of his inspirations. And it was good. Omega Man was quality. Omega Man, Charlton Heston, was it? That was a remake of a Vincent Price movie. Last Man on Earth, maybe? Maybe? That was a British film, it wasn't that great. Alright, but not great. Whoa, what was this one? Someone mentioned Quetzalcoatl, complete with what looked like a good attempt at spelling. And it's jumped on me again and again. Go from here, see whether I can. The Outer Limits was good. Not quite as good as Rod Sterling's Rod Serling. What's that one? Twilight Zone. Lee Van Cleef. The Master. Did anybody ever watch The Master, the TV series about American ninjas running around? I watched that. I watched it back. It's on YouTube. You can get the first few episodes. Not as good as I thought it was when I was 12. Not as good at all. I still can't find the Quetzalcoatl. Q, the Winged Serpent, 82. Was it about a reporter looking for Quetzalcoatl? Was it a pterodactyl flying around a city? Set in New York. Could be the same thing. Could be the same stuff. Maybe I saw that first, and maybe that was a spin-off from the TV series. I don't know. Yeah, I remember V. They never are as good as when you watch them when you were 12. Sometimes some things live up. Some things are still as good. Can I think of an example? The obvious ones would be like Star Treks and things. Those are just as good as when I was a kid. Blake 7, passable, but not quite as good as when I was a kid. Still watchable though. I can watch, apart from the final episode I hated. I thought that broke the entire series. If you ever watch Blake 7, just don't watch the last one. Ruins it. They Live. That was a film. I've come here to do two things. Chew gum and kick ass. And I'm all out of gum. Rowdy Roddy Piper. Hardcast Skidmark McCormick. Fuck off. Give a man a super fast kind of racing car and see if he can make a difference. It's like Knight Rider, only worse. I think we've got one of these cars that wants to stop in the road and be a cunt. Could you go any slower? I was saying earlier, I had a car come down last night and just park halfway, not pull off to the side, just parked in the road for half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. 5 in the morning, just, and not opposite my tent, but opposite this, where this path would go out of the camp. So I was nervous that they could have been coming in and taking things. If someone was against me, they could put something here, couldn't they? Put some drugs on the table, call the police and say, oh, he's got drugs. Or they could just come in and start slicing the tent up or doing some kind of damage. Don't know. So I was wary when a car parks either opposite the tent or opposite this exit or entrance to the camp. Tina went wild, obviously. My little guard dog to some extent still, even though she hasn't got legs. I think she's twitching at the minute. I think she's running in her sleep. Oh no, that's your head. Okay, babe. Hello, you're awake. Hello, you. Yeah, Daddy's still here. Yeah, you're Daddy. Would you like a treat? Oh, no, don't get up. Don't get up. Stay still. Don't trouble yourself. I'll get you the treat. No. Hey, babe. I didn't want you to get up. I would bring the treat to you. Got to look after my girl. I got hit by another fucking insect. What is this tonight? These fucking green shield stamp things, whatever they are. Green shield bugs. Green shield beetle. Not sure what Josie said they were called. Let me see if we can treat the people to a bit of a... I don't like the fact I have to scroll to get the light. Can you see her? There she is. There you go, darling. I don't like the fact I have to scroll to get the light nowadays. There's my girl. That's my big girl. All gone. You inhaled it all in one. Of course you did. Of course you did. You were Tina. No more. No. One treat at a time. One treat at a time. Okay, folks. Where are we? I think I'll have a quick look at the time and see where we are. See whether we can... Does that say 1:39 my time? 12:39 UK. Do you want to keep going until the top of the hour? I'll give you another 20 minutes if anybody's actually interested. I don't know what we're talking about. It was dead actors or old TV series. The Thing. Kurt Russell. I liked the original more. The black and white one in the... Was that the North Pole rather than the South? Maybe they were both not. I can't remember whether they were Arctic or Antarctic. But I liked the black and white one. I don't know why. Maybe I just don't like gore so much. The effects in the remake, and also I wasn't like the ending. The ending was unclear. You've watched the whole film and you don't know how it ended. Did anybody survive? Did the bad thing get out and about? And I like a film with an ending. I'm strange like that. If I'm going to spend 2 hours watching a fucking story, I don't want a mystery at the end and to guess, and it's probably a reason that I'm not the greatest fan in the world of I can't remember its name. 2001: A Space Odyssey. All that fucking Star Child shit at the end. What was that all about? How did it end? What did it mean? All that psychedelic, we're going through all that. You had to be on acid to watch it and enjoy it, and I wasn't on acid, and I was a kid, and it was long and boring, and then at the end of it, I didn't know what happened. What was it all about? Nobody knew what happened. To this day, they don't know what fucking happened. You have to watch 2010 just to get an idea. Didn't like that. Don't take 2 or 3 hours of my fucking life and at the end of it not give me an ending. How fucking very dare you? It's all very artsy and everything. No. I want a story. It has to have a beginning, a middle and an end. You don't have to tell them in that order. I'm fine for you to start with the end, tell me the middle, give me the beginning. Start with the end, jump to the beginning, then give me the middle. Do whatever. Chop it up however you want. But the story has to have a beginning, a middle and an end, one way or another. And if I don't know what happened at the end, I didn't have a story. It's not my thing. Maybe I'm weird like that. Kaiser Soze, okay. That's what's he called? Oh, what's he called? Usual Suspect, Kaiser Soze. Well, I've got Kevin in my head and I'm not sure that's right. He was also, oh, what was that one called? The guy who rode in on a beam of light in the mental hospital. I've still got Kevin in my head. House of Cards, the American remake, I thought the British TV series was better. I've still got Kevin in my head. It's not going to be Kevin, is it? I'm going to be off. My head doesn't work. Kevin is correct. K-Pax, that's right. Give me the actor, Kevin Spacey. Fuck. I get half a clue and the neurons and the dendrites and the fucking, the signals just don't fucking get there. And it's getting worse and it annoys the hell out of me. Kevin Spacey, K-Pax, yeah, riding in on a beam of light. Good film. What's the other one with not Lloyd Bridges, Jeff Bridges. He takes the DNA of the woman's dead husband, forms a body, watches TV, learns the language overnight, and then they have to make make their way to that big crater to be picked up by the spaceship. It was one of the Bridges boys, wasn't it? Probably Jeff. And he met the man from SETI on the way there. Someone will have got me there. The Power of Doubt, American Beauty, that was a good film, yeah. We're all the same age. Age does this. We're all the same. Age does this. I don't know, mate. I don't know. The Big Lebowski. I had to watch that about 3 times before I really liked it. I think I kept getting bored by it, or interrupted, or dragged away. The Big Lebowski. People rave about it. I watched it and I thought, that's all right, but I don't get the big cultural phenomenon. I don't know. somebody, what, shot on a carpet or pissed on a carpet or something. And then someone stole the carpet, and then the wife of the other guy sleeping around, and I don't know. Doesn't do it for me. I want to say Kevin, Manchester University. I only want to say Kevin because Kevin Warwick, the Manchester University, the discussion we had last time. It is Kevin, isn't it? It is Kevin. O'Hara? Gonna go with. Or maybe you don't want me. Maybe you don't want me shouting that out. I'll shut up. Hi folks. I think the numbers are picking up a little bit again. I don't know whether the real number was down to 2. I don't know whether it was not the lecturer. No, you're not him. I don't know whether we were really down to 2 or if the counter lost track because we'd had a couple of disconnections. Thumbs up folks if you haven't. I guess I should start mentioning 37 is the record, or possibly 38. Not having that discussion again. Oi! Shut up! Can you hear them? They all got out the same car, I think. Unless it's maybe 2 cars. I don't know. I thought it was a bunch of like teenagers arguing, but there seems to be a car involved. They don't sound Spanish. Well, one car's driven off. Sorry, folks. I don't know how loud it was. I was shouting at them, and of course you're on the phone in front of me. Yeah, the car's gone, but there's still people shouting. Look. I don't know. I'll leave them to it. I won't get involved. More than I am. Brits, no, they sounded like Abduls. Didn't sound Spanish, although I did hear the odd word. There was like a minivan, like a Ford Escort van or a pallet. What do you call it? A pallet van? Something you can get a pallet in the back of. Don't know. I thought they sound when I shouted. I thought it was a bunch of like 10-year-olds arguing. Then they started like slamming car doors and shit. So who knows? Good to see you again, Kevin. I don't know what Socrates, Pluto, annoying kids, accident. I don't think it was an accident. There must have been some kind of near miss or something. There was at least one car involved. I don't know if another car pulled up. No second car's gone. But the other group. So there was 2 people at least in the van, and then there was 3 others in the street arguing with them. There was van doors slamming, other people shouting. I don't know. After they drove away, there was still a group arguing amongst themselves. So, I don't know. For the benefit of my neighbours, I still like to interject and shout. Like, I figure if one shout can shut a gang up, it's better than all the people around me having to listen to shit going off for the next half an hour. And I did seem to have an effect initially. I don't know. Sticking my nose in where it's not needed. Definitely not Brits. Definitely not Brits. the way they were shouting and what have you, I would have said um, Arabic or Asian. There was the odd Spanish word. I heard culo at one point, which is sort of backside or whatever. But that was the only Spanish word I could pick out. Nothing else sounded Spanish. Even that might not have been the Spanish word. It might have been some other word that sounded like box fan full of blurts. Yeah. Gitanos, that's gypsies. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. YouTube. I'll play Romany. Yeah. Yeah. Iraqis running from the Yanks. Iraqis, Iranians. There are quite a few Iranians around. I was actually quite friendly with one in town when I first arrived. In my first 3 months at the first apartment. Well, I had an apartment for 13 days, but then I was in one in the centre of town for 3 months, and there was a bar nearby that was open late at night. I was fresh here. I had money to burn. What I didn't realise was that he was charging me €3.50 for beer. I thought it was $2.50. Yeah. Well, in fairness, he was giving me food for free to take home at the end of the night. When they have these plates. They have for the tapas. They have all the stuff set out, so it's in the trays, and at the end of the night, it's probably going to get thrown away. You're probably taking your life in your hands if you eat it last thing at night. If it's been sat there for 12 hours or whatever. But he was generous at giving me the bits and pieces. But yeah, he was Iranian. Can I remember his name? No. Possibly Mehdi, something like that. Is that a first name or a second name? I've got Mehdi. There's a D and a H and an I in there somewhere. I don't know in what order. Always found the Iranian to be sound. Uncle. Oh, it's jumped. Which way did it jump? There we go. Yeah. Uncle lived in Tehran in the 70s. Great crack. Okay. Iran, good people. Possibly more so the ones that left. Well, I guess the ones that leave because they don't like the regime. Probably the ones that stay. I don't know. The 70s would have been before the uprising, yeah, back before the Ayatollah, when it was the Shah of Iran. I don't know. It's not my area. It's not my field. But and you've got the different flavors, haven't you? The Sunni and Shite. No, Shiite. Shush. Ancient and proud people, all good people. Okay, it's not my. I don't know much about it, so I'm not going to speak too much out of turn. Yeah, Middle East folks. Who knows? Where were we before we were so rudely interrupted? Were we still doing actors and TV series from 50s, 60s, 70s, or had we moved on? What I was doing, I was saying I was going to finish on the hour. 7 of you here. It's not a lot, is it? We could have done this on a Zoom call rather than a YouTube. Okay. You met a bunch of Iranians, never met a bad one. You meet 1 or 2 decent Somalians out of out of hundreds. Somalians. I think I met a Somalian. I did. Think Pink was the name of a bar in the centre of town, and there was one guy there who was Somali. He seemed all right. I don't know. But he was a lucky man. How he had the money to be buying €3 beers every day, I don't quite know. Those guys seem to stand around. They'll put like a blanket down and hundreds of handbags or watches or whatever, and they don't actually seem to sell any. I don't know how they make a living. The ones I feel the worst for are the ones that walk around with the flowers, the ones who go from bar to bar trying to sell red roses. They walk some distance in a day and they make 0 sales. See that? What are we doing? We hear movement. What is it? Animal or person? I don't think a person. Is there someone there walking? No, Tina. No. Gotta grab the dog. Tina. Quiet. It's just somebody walking past. Just quiet. It's okay. Hey. I said be quiet. Shush. I know. It's other people. Other people are allowed. Shush. Maybe walking a dog, I'm not sure. Quiet. Yeah, I know. What's going on? Come here. Quiet. Steady. You're okay. There's somebody walking past. Slowly. With their own doggy. There's someone walking a doggy. Come on back. Come on back. We're okay. Sorry, folks. If you're walking past somebody and you're upsetting their dog, would you then just stand there and lurk? And I was watching because my tent's wide open at that side. So someone just lurking in the bushes. I think it's just a woman walking a dog. I think. It's difficult to tell in the dark. If I was walking past and upsetting someone else's dog, I would move on, jog on. I wouldn't lurk. But that's just me. I guess consideration isn't for everybody. Okay, folks, let's have a quick look here. What are we doing? Okay, it's jumped right back. Somalia doesn't hold a candle. Oh, I don't know. Shah threw that famous party. I don't know the story of that one. I know didn't he end up living in Britain after the yeah. What's buzzing? There's a beetle on the table somewhere. There's something. Tina's still not happy. Are they coming back, babe? Chat is jumping. The Shah family were nuts. Uncle was working with the Shah's sister, building a crazy palace with no straight lines like Gaudi in Barcelona. Aren't they still building that? The sister apparently was the biggest drug runner in the 70s. Oof. Through that famous party. Don't know the story. Iranians value education and learning, hijacked by the mullahs who built a power base on rural poor. How often do you clear cache on the YouTube app, Delta Mike? Only about once a month, not too often. When I have a space like this where things go wrong, I do it. So I did it maybe a week ago, but I don't know. I've tried all of the things people say. Update the operating system, reboot, update the apps, reboot, clear cache, clear app cache and clear the phone cache, clear this, clear. I jumped through the hoops. Yeah, it can help, but it shouldn't bug out that much. If I leave it here now, we're on the bottom, this is the most recent post. Oh, now it's just going to fade away and go away. But when it is here, it'll jump back to basically when Kevin arrived. It keeps going back to, Iranian people, nice people, and yeah, I don't know. It shouldn't jump. It shouldn't mess us about. It's just a bloody nuisance. Okay, we are past the top of the hour, folks. We only made it to 31 thumbs ups today. Delete cache after streams will definitely help. I'll give it a go. Try it again. But I think that's us, folks. I think I haven't really had any topics to discuss properly in the last 5 hours. My biggest problem with YouTube is trying to create the stream and have it take the fucking thumbnail as actually upload and use the thumbnail. Yeah, a little while ago I tried the whole uninstall reinstall thing. Did that with a load of apps that I was having trouble with, and no. We shall see, folks. Anyway, to those of you that are here right now, I thank you for joining me on Friday night, keeping a tramp company Friday night into Saturday morning. But we are at an end. So cheers to those of you that have hit the thumbs up button, the like button. Cheers, thank you. Thank you for joining me. And we shall finish in the tradition of the channel. If I can do this successfully. Oh, gotta do that first. Then that. Here we go. Tina, go. Say bye-bye to the peoples. Here you go, babe. Tina? Tina? You're going the wrong way. Where you going, babe? Here you go. Here you go. From Tina. She's coming to say goodbye, look. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out.